when it comes up.
Sure will. 8 1/1000ths the gap there. That'll be fantastic. 7-12 phase 2 set to go next. Lane 1, car 302 of Adeline Busby. Busby in lane 1. Lane 2, car 319 of Tylen Shugluk. Shugluk in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 336 of Shotaro Yamada. Yamada in lane 3, one of the members of our international contingent. Joining us from Hidano, Kanagawa, Japan, representing the Yokohama local derby. Always great to see that contingent here, as we're taking it worldwide here at the Derby as they are off and racing. Looked like Yamada might have got the rail there right off the ramps, but Busby in lane 1, Shugluk lane 2. Racing on, Yamada racing on as well. He is all the way across that lane line, about halfway down the track. Here they come in for the finish. Busby, Shugluk, and Yamada.
Phase 2 results coming up momentarily. We're looking at Heat 7-12. And the officials are reviewing some material. Okay, Thalen Shajek took this particular heat, followed by Adeline Busby at .046 and .262 for Yamada.
Heat 7-13, phase 2 coming up. Lane 1, car 331 of Garrett Kilby. Kilby in lane 1. Lane 2, car 352 of Audrey Lou Myers. Myers in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 348 of Elijah Frisco. Frisco in lane 3. Looks like they did have to reset the YouTube feed. So if you had anybody at home saying, the YouTube feed just died, tell them it's back. Kilby in lane 1, Myers in lane 2, Frisco in lane 3. Kilby the edge with .011 over Audrey, .051 over Elijah after 1. Garrett, a fan of lacrosse, playing Legos with friends and playing with his dog, Izzy. They are across the finish line now.
Phase 2 results are in, and it shows Garrett Kilby out in front, followed closely by 8 1/1000ths Audrey Lou Myers and Elijah Frisco, clocking in at .108 off the lead.
Three champs getting set to go for their first phase now. 7-16, phase 1 set to go. Lane 1, it's car 310 from Sanford, Florida, Madison Taylor. Taylor in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 345 from Commando Island, Washington, Reyes Saylor. Saylor in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 323 from Hurlock, Maryland, Hunter Cannon. Cannon in lane 3. They are off and racing. Taylor lane 1, Saylor in lane 2, Cannon in lane 3. Taylor wants to play in the WNBA or coach girls basketball. Rhea wants to go into racing for a career. Hunter Cannon, an MLB player or working with wildlife. These three champs so far so good over the tunnel. Down in front of the grandstands. To the finish line they come.
And it's Reyes Saylor taking this phase, coming in looking pretty good, followed up by Madison Taylor at .029 off the lead and .032 for Hunter Cannon.
Heat 707, Phase 3 coming up next as the wind picks up here at Derby Downs. Lane 1, car 325 of Silas Eckenbarger. Eckenbarger, lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 320 of Caroline Crumbliss. Crumbliss in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 350 of Isabella Smith. Smith in lane number 3. A little bit of a breezy day here, blowing generally down the hill, which will help the times for these champs, I suppose. Often racing, Eckenbarger lane 1, Crumbliss in lane 2, Smith in lane number 3. Phase 3 elimination phase. Caroline Crumbliss about a tenth to the good on Eckenbarger. So we'll see if Crumbliss can hang on here in lane number 2, or if it'll be Eckenbarger or Smith moving to the next round.
And it is Crumbliss holding on to take Heat 707. Look for her to compete again in Heat 721, just if you're checking. It was Silas Eckenbarger off by .122 and .261 for Isabella Smith. So the 320 car and Caroline will advance.
Heat 717, Phase 1 coming up. Lane 1, car 354 from Brooklyn, New York, Shokita Kobalova. Kobalova in lane 1. Lane 2, car 312 from Staten Island, New York, Scarlett Schaefer. Schaefer in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 328 from Eldred, New York, Logan Wilcox. Wilcox in lane 3. And we are off and racing. Kobalova in lane 1, Schaefer in lane 2, Wilcox in lane number 3. Kobalova, a future programmer or lawyer. Schaefer, a future teacher. Wilcox wants to be a YouTuber. A lot of money in that these days as they come across the finish line. 3 champs from New York in this one.
And the Phase 1 results for Heat 717 shows Kobalova out in front, followed closely by Scarlett Schaefer at .007 and Logan Wilcox at .043. Up next, we're going to have Heat 714, Phase 2, Lane 1, car 326 of Austin Crowan. Crowan in Lane 1. Lane 2, car 338 of Parker Yu. Yu in Lane 2. And Lane 3, car 349 of Leo Jans. Jans in Lane 3. And they are racing Crowan, Yu, and Jans. Jans is your heat leader. Only by .017 over the champ from Cleveland, Austin Crowan. .046 over the champ from Arlington, Parker Yu. Racing down towards the finish. Close one there between Jans and Crowan. We'll get the results in a moment. Results are in, and after 2 phases, Leo Jans manages to hold on to the lead, followed by Austin Crowan at .027 and .092 for Parker Yu.
Next up, Heat 718, Phase 1, Lane 1. It's car 316 of Ezekiel Cavella. Cavella in Lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 356 of Adrian Rio. Rio in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it's car 304 of Catherine Regal. Regal in Lane 3. And they are racing Cavella, Rio, and Regal. First time on track today for these 3 champs. The champ out of Greater Rochester, the champ out of Conshohocken, and the champ out of Pottsville. Making their way down now. Cavella, a future artist or engineer. Rio, a future contractor or football coach. Regal, a future veterinarian.
Phase 1 results in, and it's Adrian Rio leading this phase, followed closely behind by Catherine Regal at .038 and Ezekiel Cavella at .048.
Heat 708, Phase 3 coming up. Lane 1, car 335 from East Otto, New York, Malin Canale. Canale in Lane 1. Lane 2, car 307 from Cape Girardeau, Missouri, Eli Fortner. Fortner in Lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 343 of Carlos Arakaki. Arakaki in Lane 3. And they are racing. Canale in Lane 1, Fortner Lane 2, Arakaki in Lane 3. Champs from Jamestown, Cape Girardeau, and St. Louis locals right here. Coming down past halfway, they cross the tunnel now. Elimination phase. Fortner had the lead by .020 after 2 phases over Malin.
And it is Eli Fortner managing to hold on. He'll be advancing to the next round in Heat 721. A nice race. Madeline Canale at .038 and .176 off the lead was Carlos Arakaki.
709, Phase 3 coming up. Lane 1, it's our heat leader in car 355, Anna Blakeman. Blakeman in Lane 1. Lane 2, car 342 of Aiden Stevens. Stevens in Lane 2, and in Lane 3, it's car 346 of Janelle Nixon. Nixon in lane number 3. Champs from Bowling Green, Piedmont area, and Erie in this one. As we mentioned, Blakeman leads the way by .020 over Aiden. See what Aiden can do with lane 2, or if it will be Anna moving on to the next round.
Results are in for Heat 709, and advancing to the next round will be Anna Blakeman. Off the mark by .054, Aiden Stevens, and .466 for Janelle Nixon.
Heat 715, Phase 2 is next. Lane 1, it's car 305 of Jana Hutchison. Hutchison in Lane 1. Lane 2, car 347 of Brandon Weaver. Weaver in Lane 2. Lane 3, car 334 of Demaya Wilson. Wilson in lane number 3. They are off and racing. Hutchison lane 1, Weaver lane 2, Wilson in lane number 3. Your heat leader is Demaya Wilson after one phase by .011 over Hutchison, .027 over Weaver. They'll gather it back in to cross the finish line here.
And phase 2 action finds Demaya Wilson out in front so far, followed by 14 one-thousandths of a second by Brandon Weaver. Jana Hutchison off by .052. Good racing here this morning.
.710 phase 3 is next. Lane 1, it's Skyland Bass, your heat leader. Lane 2, you've got Eleanor Knight. Lane 3, Dakota Nadrowski. Bass .023 up on Dakota after two phases. This might be a close result here for the overall heat. Let's check it out with Lou here in a moment.
And close it was, but it is Dakota Nardowski taking the lead and the heat, and will be advancing on to heat 722 in the 311 car, followed by a very close margin with Skyland Bass at 3 one-thousandths of a second. Eleanor Knight off the lead by .088.
So we've got some debris to clear off the track. Allison Pankoff right on it, getting the debris. She has jumped back over the rail, which means we are good to go for Heat 711 Phase 3. Sarah Garrett in Lane 1, Nyasia Robinson in Lane 2, and Lenora Acker in Lane 3. These are the champs from Madisonville, East Elmhurst, and Columbus. And this has been a pretty good heat so far after two phases. Lenora Acker over there in Lane 3 is your heat leader, but Sarah Garrett right there, 8 one-thousandths back after two phases. Nyasia Robinson about 9/10 back in lane number 2. And here they come to settle this one in Heat 711. Another good finish. Lou will have the results once they are official. And as this wind kicks up, we do want to remind everybody, make sure you got everything tied down, secured. Trying to avoid the phenomenon of the hot dog wrapper or the Papa John's stuff on the track. Trying to keep it clean.
All right, we have results in. It is Dakota Nadrowski advancing on to the next round in that 311 car, off by 3 one-thousandths of a second. It is Skyland Bass, and at .088, Eleanor Knight.
So a little bit more debris on the track down here at the finish line. I can't see who went and picked that one up, but we are set to go now for Heat 713 Phase 3. Lane 1, it's car 348 of Elijah Frisco. Lane 2, car 331 of Garrett Kilby. Lane 3, car 352, Audrey Lou Myers. Another heat separated by 8 one-thousandths from first to second. Garrett has the lead. Audrey wants it. Elijah right there, just a 10th behind as well. Who's it going to be? Moving on to the next round. They're about to cross the finish line. Another close result there between Garrett and Audrey.
Heat 7-13 elimination round goes to Garrett Kilby, followed closely at .022 by Audrey Lumires and Elijah Frisco at .165. So look for Garrett and his 331 car to advance to the next competition heat for him, and that would be 723.
Heat 7-16, phase 2, set to go next. Lane 1, it's car 323 of Hunter Cannon. Cannon in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 310 of Madison Taylor. Taylor in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 345 of Reyes Saylor. Saylor in lane number 3. As they race their way down, Saylor in lane 3 led the way after one phase at .029 on Madison, .032 on Hunter. Come across close, so we'll see what that does to the heat results.
Reyes Saylor manages to hold on to the lead after two phases in Heat 7-16, although we have some very close racing here. Madison Taylor off the mark by .012 and a half second back, Hunter Cannon at .05. So the elimination round coming up here in a moment should be very good.
Catching up on some results here for Heat 7-11. Lenora Acker was the winner in Heat 7-11, advancing to the next round. .717 is next, lane 1. It's car 328 of Logan Wilcox. Wilcox in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 354 of Shokita Kobalova. Kobalova in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 312 of Scarlett Schaefer. Schaefer in lane 3. They are on track. 7/1000 separated leader Shokita from second place Scarlett after the first phase. Logan right in there, 2.043 back.
It is Shokita Kobalova. And taking phase number 2, very close behind Scarlett Schaefer at .042, and at 1.148 off the win is Logan Wilcox.
Heat 7-14, phase 3 is next. Lane 1, car 349, your heat leader, Leo Jans. Jans in lane 1 on track. Lane 2, it's car 326 of Austin Crowan. Crowan in lane 2. Lane 3, car 338 of Parker Yu. Yu in lane 3. Jans, Crowan, and Yu making their way down. The champs from Stafford County, Cleveland, and Arlington cross the finish line.
We're looking at Heat 7-14. This is an elimination round. And the data has come in. Leo Jans will be advancing to the next round. Close race at .078 was Austin Crowan. And off the lead by .188 is Parker Yu. Look for Leo and the 349 car to compete next in Heat 7-23.
Heat 7-18, phase 2 next. Lane 1, car 304 from Orwigsburg, Pennsylvania, Catherine Regal. Regal in lane 1. Lane 2, car 316, Ezekiel Cavella. Cavella in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 356 of Adrian Rio. Rio in lane number 3. As they are off and racing, it looked like Regal getting over awfully close to that rail, drew it back in, now back down the center line, moving around a little bit. But Regal, Cavella, and Rio have crossed the finish.
Okay, it's Heat 718 we're taking a look at. We're looking forward to data coming in for Phase 2. And it is here. It is Adrian Rio taking this particular phase, followed closely by Ezekiel Cavella at .064 and Catherine Regal at .073.
Heat 715 and elimination phase coming up next for these three champs. Lane 1, car 334 of DeMaio Wilson. Wilson in lane 1. Lane 2, car 305 of Jana Hutchison. Hutchison in lane 2. Lane 3, car 347 of Brandon Weaver. Weaver in lane number 3. Wilson, Hutchison, and Weaver halfway down. In front of the grandstands, they cross the finish. This was a good heat between these three. Wilson and Weaver were separated only by 14 1/1000ths.
All right, we have Phase 2 results in, and DeMaio Wilson is on the lead, followed closely by Brandon Weaver at .014 and .052 for Jana Hutchison.
Heat 712, Phase 1, Take 2 is up next. Lane 1, it's car 319 from Lebanon, Ohio, Tylen Shigluk. Shigluk in lane 1. Lane 2, the pace car. And in lane 3, it's car 302 from Moss Point, Mississippi, Adeline Busby. Busby in lane 3. Shigluk, lane 1, Busby in lane number 3. As they make their way down towards the finish, here they are. And there goes the pace car.
The times are in for Phase 1 action of Heat 712, and that goes to Thalen Shajek. Not too far off the lead is .018. You can find Adeline Busby and the pace car. We love our pace car.
You know, it's good to see that the pace car had a cheering section on YouTube earlier, though.
Yeah, it is.
As we wait for cars, we see our interim executive director, Dennis Van Fossen, making his way down. Dennis did a great job on Channel 3 this morning.
Yay.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to say that, but since he said he lost both races, I wasn't going to say that.
Oh, yeah. You're observing.
I also wasn't going to say I was still in bed when you were doing that, because that means I got to wake up several hours after you did. But Dennis doing a great job this week. Do want to thank some of our sponsors, or at least one more of our sponsor, while we roll cars back into the ramps. How about the Akron Summit Convention and Visitors Bureau, a proud partner of the International Soapbox Derby. The Akron Summit Convention and Visitors Bureau champions and promotes Greater Akron and Summit County as a memorable and entertaining location for leisure and business travel. Enjoy Greater Akron, good luck today, and start creating your own adventure. We also want to thank Visit Canton on board with us this year. Visit Canton, supporting the International Soapbox Derby, and of course, lots of great things to do in Canton and Stark County, just a few minutes down the road. 7:16 Phase 3 set to go next. Lane 1, car 345 of Rhea Sailor. Sailor in Lane 1. Lane 2, car 323 of Hunter Cannon. Cannon in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it's car 310 of Madison Taylor. Taylor in Lane 3, as they are often racing. Sailor and Taylor close in this one. Sailor, your heat leader after 2 phases. Taylor, .012 behind in second place. Hunter Cannon, .050. The margin for him to close in Lane 2 if he wants to move on to the next round. Those 3 champs are across.
Heat 716, elimination round. Data coming in momentarily, and here it is. It will be Rhea Sailor moving on to the next round in that 345 car. At .075, it was Hunter Cannon, and .076, it is Madison Taylor.
.717 Phase 3 next. Lane 1, it is car 312 of Scarlett Schaefer. Schaefer in Lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 328 of Logan Wilcox. Wilcox in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, car 354, your heat leader, Shokita Kobalova. Kobalova in Lane 3, and they are off and racing. The champs from Staten Island, Port Jervis, and Brooklyn racing their way down. An incredible contingent from New York here this week, as Scarlett Schaefer getting awfully close to that rail, brought it back, but they are all 3 across the line.
Results coming in momentarily for heat number 717. This is an elimination round, and we'll get that data for you in a moment. And it is Shakita Kobalova advancing on to the next round. Look for her to compete next in heat 724 in that 354 car. At .047 off the lead, it was Scarlett Schaefer, and .177 for Logan Wilcox.
Getting ready to start our second round here in the local stock challenge. This will be heat 719, lane 1, car 315 from Centennial, Colorado, Blake Elston. Elston in lane number 1. In lane number 2, it's car 308 of Allison Jordan. Jordan in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 318 of Daniel Olson from Livingston Manor, New York. Olson in lane number 3. The champs from Monument, Harrisonburg, and Liberty getting set to start round number 2 here in our local stock challenge. We are moving things right along here at Derby Downs here this morning. Often racing in heat 719, phase 1. It's Elston in lane 1, Jordan in lane 2, Olson in lane number 3. Here come Elston, Jordan, and Olson across the finish line clean. Lou will have those results here in a moment.
We're looking at heat 719, and we're waiting for results for the first phase of 719, and they have come through. It's Blake Elston stepping up to take the lead, followed by Allison Jordan at .055, and Allison Jordan, and then Dan Olson at .084. And they're off. This local stock challenge. In lane number 1, it's Briella Van Harlingen. Lane number 2 is Coy Cantrell. And lane number 3, Lennox Lee in the 333 car. They're down across the tunnel, coming up by the grandstand, and going underneath the bridge. Results coming up momentarily.
Want to do this one backwards? I'll do the results, I guess.
Okay.
After a quick battery change, we're just mixing it up, after... So how about Lennox Lee taking phase 1 in that one? Lennox Lee, your phase winner. 0.007 back to Coy Cantrell, 0.012 to Briella Van Harlingen. Heat 718, phase 3 next in our first round. Lane 1, car 356 of Adrian Rio. Rio in lane 1. Lane 2, car 304 of Catherine Regal. Regal in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 316 of Ezekiel Cavelia. Cavelia in lane 3. They're on track now. Rio, Regal, and Cavelia. Rio, your heat leader. 0.064 back to Ezekiel. 0.073 back to Catherine. And here they are at the finish line.
Results coming in from Heat 718 momentarily. This is an elimination round. And who will advance? Tell you in a second. All right, it's Adrian Rio holding on to take Heat 718. Look for her to race next in Heat 724. And the others look like 0.063 for Ezekiel Cavella and 0.078 for Catherine Regal.
Up next, Heat 712, Phase 2, Lane 1. It's car 302 of Adeline Busby. Busby in Lane 1. Lane 2, car 319 of Tylen Shegluk. Shegluk in Lane 2. And in lane number 3, the fan favorite, the pace car. So they are off and racing. A close first phase between these two. Busby and Shegluk separated by 18 one-thousandths. Shegluk has the lead. Adeline Busby wants the lead. Here they come down the track. The pace car can want the lead all at once. It's not going to get it. But we'll see who's going to take the heat lead into phase number 3 between Adeline Busby and Tylen Shegluk.
It's Tylen Shegluk managing to hold on to that lead after 2 phases, followed closely by Adeline Busby at 0.042.
While we wait for more cars at the starting line, we thank TaylorMade Jewelry, the official jeweler of the First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby. Each year, they provide the beautiful championship rings awarded to each world champion. We also thank Enduro Photo, the official race photographers of the International Soapbox Derby Race Week and World Championship races. Enduro Photo provides premier sports action photography for events, creating portfolios of images for participants, events, and select publications. Want to remind everybody about our vendors that are here today. I see Papa John's down there. I see Ohio's Best Lemonade, and that is Ohio's Best Lemonade. I believe that's Tie Dog down there as well. Custom Apparel up top, taking care of all of your Derby apparel needs. I really like the 2025 collection. They've got some cool new stuff at the Custom Apparel tent this year, so make sure you check them out today. Tomorrow during Topside Show, they'll be down here next to the grandstand on Saturday. Also want to thank the University of Akron and the University of Akron College of Engineering for their support, along with Toth Buick GMC, the official return vehicle partner of the International Soapbox Derby. Thank you to the Bill Speak Memorial Scholarship Fund. Paging Bruce Hunsaker. Bruce Hunsaker, please call Chris Harris as soon as possible. Bruce Hunsaker, please call Chris Harris as soon as possible. Thank you. Starting to see some of our super stock champs funneling in now. One big reminder, and we'll get to the other reminders later, but one big reminder, after phase 3, you've got to pick up your champ and your car at Topside. So once a phase 3 run is done, go to Topside to pick up your champ and your car. Huntington Bank is the official partner of the Soapbox Derby. For all your banking needs, visit a local Huntington Bank branch today. We also want to thank the following sponsors: Siebert Keck, SC Fastening, Solid Works, Melco, Thompson Electric, Retzel and Andrus, Fallsway, State and Federal Communications, the Townsend Corporation, Tamarios, Sully's, Lake Erie Golf Carts, Miracle Awards, Acme, Terry Ginn Advertising, and Papa John's. And we'll thank all the foundations who support the Derby. I don't think I can do this all in one breath. I tried yesterday and I almost fell over. But Akron Community Foundation, the Barberton Community Foundation, the Bowman Fund, the Bridgestone Americas Trust Fund, the City of Akron, the City of Cuyahoga Falls, the County of Summit, First Energy Foundation, the Glen R. and Alice V. Bogus Foundation, the Huntington Charitable Grant Program, the J.M. Smucker Company, the Joan M. and Louis B. Perry Family Foundation, the John S. and James L. Knight Foundation, the Laura R. and Lucian Q. Moffitt Foundation, the Leonard Family Foundation, the Lloyd L. and Louise K. Smith Foundation, the Maynard Family Foundation, the Ohio Hotel and Lodging Association, the Pinkerton Foundation, the Reed Family Fund, the Ritchie Memorial Foundation, the Robert O. and Anna Mae Orr Foundation, Sisler McFawn Foundation, the State of Ohio, the Summit County Department of Community and Economic Development, the Summit Educational Service Center, the Synthomer Foundation, the Verna McKibben Memorial Foundation, and the Welty Family Foundation. We thank all of those groups for their support of the All-American Soapbox Derby. So we see champs on the ramps now for the start of our next phase.
We're looking at heat 719 here.
Heat 719, phase 2 coming up next. Lane 1, it's car 318 of Daniel Olson. Olson in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 315 of Blake Elston. Elston in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 308 of Allison Jordan. Jordan in lane number 3. Off and racing, Olson, Elston, and Jordan. Phase 2 of this second round matchup in our local stock challenge. Blake Elston, your heat leader. 0.055, the gap back to Allison. 0.084 to Daniel.
And it is Blake Elston holding on to take the lead here in phase number 2, followed by Daniel Olson at 0.112 and 0.117 for Allison Jordan.
Heat 719, phase 3 coming up, lane 1. It is car, check that. We got to wait for cars and ramps. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Had a question in chat about Heat 717 and who won that one. It was Shokita Kobalova winning that Heat 717. Scarlett Schaefer was second, .047. Logan Wilcox with a .177.
Heat number 720 loading up in the ramps right now.
Right, Gerard Lou, lane 1. It's going to be car 333, our Heat leader, Lennox Lee. Lee in lane 1. Lane 2, car 353 of Briella Van Harlingen. Van Harlingen, lane 2. And lane 3, it's car 309 of Coy Cantrell. Cantrell in lane number 3. Off and racing. Lee, lane 1. Van Harlingen, lane 2. Cantrell in lane number 3. And it looks like Lennox Lee over there towards that rail in lane number 1. Lennox was our Heat leader. Very close first phase in this one, though. 12 1,000 separated first from third.
Yes, we have very close competition here. Phase number 2, 720. We got Briella Van Harlingen and Coy Cantrell tied. Lennox Lee off the lead by .077.
So the good racing in that one continues. Meanwhile, Heat 712, phase 3 getting set. Lane number 1, it is the pace car. Lane number 2, it's car 302 of Adeline Busby. Busby in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 319 of Tylen Shegluk. Shegluk in lane 3 as these champs getting ready to go. And they are racing. Pace car lane 1, Busby lane 2, Shegluk lane 3. Tylen Shegluk, our Heat leader after 2 phases. .042, the margin back to Adeline. The margin back, we won't talk about the margin back to the pace car. That's disrespectful. Here they come down to the finish line. Very close in that phase.
Okay, we're talking about Heat number 712 here. It's an elimination round. And we have some very close racing here. And the results are now in. And it is Thalen Shegluk. We'll be moving on to the next round. Look for Thalen to compete in Heat 722 next. Adeline Busby with a good showing at .039. So look for that 319 car and Thalen coming up soon.
I'm being told they're getting ready to send the Masters cars over the hill. So we welcome everybody here to watch the Masters competition here in our local challenge. Glad you're with us. Jason Sokolu, Snodgrass, Allison Pankoff with you here on the bridge. Been great racing all day yesterday, and then again today. We've had a lot of close heats in the stock competition so far. We expect more of the same once we get into the Masters competition in just a little bit. While we're waiting for cars, I guess I'll give the general warnings and cautions that I give to all of our champs. First of all, you got to stay in your lane. We do enforce lane line violations here in the challenge races. 1/10 of a second is the penalty if you cross a lane line. So if there's clear evidence that you were on the white stripe, you will be having a 10th added to your time. Also, please don't hit the timing boxes at the finish line. Please. Pretty please. That's a long delay and a lot of hassle. So please don't hit the timing boxes at the finish line. They're in between each lane. We need you to stay off of those. Make sure you actually run out the run out. We want you to avoid stopping short to keep the run out from having to go fishing for you down there. Also, at the end of phase 3 of your heat, make sure you go meet your champ and pick up your car at topside. I don't think I missed anything, right? We got everything? That would be just, if we adjust the first one, that would might All right, back at it here in the local stock challenge. Heat 719, phase 3 about to go. Lane 1, car 308 of Allison Jordan. Jordan in lane number 1. Lane number 2, car 318 of Daniel Olson. Olson in lane number 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 315 of Blake Elston. Elston in lane number 3. Coming down for a finish now in an elimination phase between Elston, Jordan, and Olson. Elston had a little over a 10th after 2 phases.
And the data for Heat 719 is in, and it'll be Blake Elston advancing to the next round. Look for Blake to compete in the Heat 725 in the 315 car. Allison Jordan back by .171 and .188 for Daniel Olson.
And the one precaution that I did miss as we get ready to start Masters, we're going to wait until all results are official before we call a heat. You probably don't want me guessing. I wear glasses for a reason. And this finish line is directly underneath of us, so it's probably best that we just wait for the official results rather than trying to eyeball these and get them wrong. It's too important what you guys are doing here. You've worked too hard. You've traveled too far. You've spent a lot of money to be here, and we want to make sure that we get it absolutely right for you on the results. So we're going to wait until things are official before we actually say anything.
Just a quick announcement for all my drivers today. Let's make sure that our helmets are nice and tight on our heads, and let's make sure that our eyes are facing forward. We want to keep all of our champs safe, so please make sure your helmets are on tight and your eyes are forward all the way down the track.
And with that, we are ready to begin our local Masters Challenge. Heat 802, phase 1, coming up next, lane 1. It's car number 8 from Livingston Manor, New York, Emma Gable. Gable in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 25 from Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania, Haley Mort. Mort in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car number 2 from Lyons, Georgia, Charles Connor. Connor in lane 3. As we're smelling rain around here, I don't know. It is, the rain begins to come down here at Derby Downs. Masters cars getting situated now. Standing by for the start of our local Masters Challenge here today. Now, I'm not a meteorologist, but I played one on my college TV station, and it does look like there's some intermittent rain in the area. One little blob moving through right now, several more behind it. So, chance of some off and on rain as we go through the day here at Derby Downs. But we are racing in the local Masters Challenge. Gable in lane 1, Mort in lane 2, Connor in lane number 3. A future elementary teacher against a future interior designer or cosmetologist against a future NASCAR driver or Navy sailor. Racing down towards halfway, they pass that, they're over the tunnel. Here they come down towards the finish for Gable, Mort, and Connor. The champions of Liberty, Pottstown, and Lyons are across the finish line.
Okay, we're looking at Heat 802 and the local stock masters. And the first phase is going to go to Emma Gable, followed closely by .011, Haley Mort, and Charles Connor off the lead by .03.
So we'll jump back to our local stock challenge now, and we have a 2-phase tie to break here in phase 3 of Heat 720. Coy Cantrell in lane 1, Lennox Lee in lane 2, Briella Van Harlingen in lane number 3. Cantrell and Van Harlingen through 2 phases, dead even. Lennox Lee .077 behind. But once we get these champs going, this should be a fun one. And they are racing. Cantrell in lane 1, Lee in lane 2. Van Harlingen in lane number 3. Our champs from Chattanooga, Akron, and North Central going at it. Cantrell and Van Harlingen tied after 2. Lennox Lee still in this thing as well. They pass in front of the grandstands cleanly. They cross that finish line, and we'll wait for Lou with some results.
We're looking at Heat 720, which is an elimination round here, and we'll see what the results are. And it is Coy Cantrell managing to hold on and will be advancing to the next round. Very close racing, off the lead by 0.17 as Briella Van Harlingen and .085 for Lennox Lee.
Back over to Masters now. Heat 803, phase 1, lane 1. It's car 6 from Sanford, Florida, Logan Webb. Webb in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 5 from Signal Mountain, Tennessee, Chase Stewart. Stewart in lane 2, and in lane number 3, it is car number 1 from Clearwater, Florida, Riley Scala. Scala in lane number 3. These champs getting set to go. Webb in lane 1 wants to be a nuclear engineer. Scala in lane 3 wants to go into wildlife conservation, tree hugging, flower power, and ensuring the springs stay clean and clear. Chase Stewart in lane 2 says, undecided on career interests, but will pursue something that makes lots of money so he can support his mom and dad when they are old and retired. Good for him. Now, did he write that or did his parents write that? Off and racing in Heat 803. Webb, Stewart, and Scala going at it here. The chance from Sanford, Chattanooga, and Ocala. They get ready to cross the line here.
And in Heat 803, it is Logan Webb stepping out to take the lead, followed very closely by Chase Stewart, while off the lead by 3/1000ths of a second. Riley Scala still in this at .026.
Heat 721, phase 1 coming up next, second round of our local stock challenge. Lane 1, it's car 307 of Eli Fortner. Fortner in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 355 from Bowling Green, Kentucky, Anna Blakeman. Blakeman in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 320 from Columbia, Missouri, Caroline Crumbliss. Crumbliss in lane 3. They are racing now. Fortner, Blakeman, and Crumbliss. Round number 2 of the local stock challenge. The champs from Cape Girardeau, Bowling Green, and Columbia racing in round number 2 here. There they go across the finish line. Results coming up.
We're at Heat 721, phase 1 action. The times will come in momentarily. And it is Anna Blakeman leading the way, followed closely by Eli Fortner at .01. That's a tenth of a second, folks. Caroline Crumbliss at .031.
Back over to the local Masters Challenge. Heat 804, phase 1, lane 1. It's car number 3 from Las Vegas, Nevada, Aubrey Gresko. Gresko in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 11 from New Philadelphia, Ohio, Emma Davis. Davis in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car number 12 from Port Jervis, New York, Gabriel Len. Len in lane number 3. So we are off and racing now in Heat 804, phase 1. Gresko in lane 1, Davis lane 2, Len lane 3. Gresko, a fan of volleyball, swimming, and hanging out with friends. Davis, fan of sailing and bowling and spending time with friends. Len, a fan of track, snowboarding, and biking. Here come the champs from Henderson, Tuscarawas County, and Port Jervis to cross the finish line.
It's Aubrey Gresko leading the way in this first phase of Heat 804, followed by Emma Davis at .048 off the lead and .07 for Gabriel Lenz.
Heat 805, phase 1 coming up, lane 1. It's car 26 from Federalsburg, Maryland, Salida Nichols. Nichols in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 21 from Rixieville, Virginia, Aiden Stewart. Stewart in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car number 10 from Dover, New Hampshire, Finnegan Horan. Horan in lane number 3. Getting set to go between Nichols, Stewart, and Horan, 2 past world champions in this heat. Nichols, our 2019 local Superstock champion. Stewart, our 2024 Rally Superstock champion. And we are racing. Nichols in lane 1, Stewart in lane 2, Horan in lane number 3. Nichols, Stewart, and Horan making their way down. The champs from Stafford County, Piedmont area, and New Hampshire State. Our future nurse, HVAC company owner, and sports management worker are across the finish line now.
It's Saletta Nichols taking this phase, followed up by Aiden Colt. Point Salida, I stand corrected. Aiden Colt at .045 off the lead, in Finnegan Horan at .049.
Heat 806, phase 1 next, lane 1, car 24 of Isabella Rosa. Rosa from Alvaton, Kentucky in lane number 1. In lane number 2, it's car number 7 from St. Charles, Illinois, Logan Senholtz-Linder. Senholtz-Linder in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car number 4 from Bedford, Virginia, Sarah Palacios. Palacios in lane 3. They are off and racing, getting close to the halfway marker now. Rosa, Senholtz-Linder, and Palacios. Champs from Owensboro, Chicago, and Harrisonburg. Getting across that finish line cleanly.
And we're looking at Heat 806 in the Local Masters Challenge. Phase 1 data coming up shortly here. We'll have the times for you. And a very close race indeed. Isabella Rosa, Logan Senholtz tied for the lead, followed closely by 7/1000ths of a second by Sarah Bacalios. Could be anybody's game in the next phase.
So Rosa and Senholtz-Linder, a dead phase. You know you're going to see close racing out of these local Masters champs. You know you're going to see dead phases. Maybe a dead heat today. We saw one yesterday during the Rally Challenge. You never know. Heat 807, phase 1 coming up. Lane 1, it's car 19 from Powell, Ohio, Emerson Evans. Evans in lane number 1. Lane number 2, it's car number 18 from Ashtabula, Ohio, Bella Welton. Welton in lane 2, and in lane number 3, it is car number 9 from Fort Gibson, Oklahoma, Jamison Cook. Cook in lane number 3. Off and racing between Evans, Welton, and Cook. The champs from Columbus, Ashtabula County, and Columbia going at it here. You got a future nurse, a future cosmetologist, and a future field medic in the military. In lanes 1, 2, and 3, here they come for the finish. Jamison Cook's cheering section checking in on the YouTube chat here, so we'll see if we send them out of this phase happy.
And I guess we can do that. Jamison Cook taking this phase, followed closely by Bella Welton, .016 off the lead, and .049 for Emerson Evans.
Heat 808, phase 1 coming your way next. Lane 1, it is car 13 from Des Moines, Iowa, Warren Mead. Mead in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 17 from Jamestown, New York, Annie Davis. Davis in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car number 15 from Hudson, Ohio, Colt Nelman. Nelman in lane number 3. As we see them get situated, Mead in lane 1, favorite activities, cross country, track, swimming, and racing. Nelman in lane 3, basketball, football, and track and field. Davis in lane 2 said sleeping and eating ice cream. Amen to that. Getting set to go. Annie also told us she wants to be an underwater badminton champion. How would you play? Now you got me thinking. How do you play underwater bad? Like, wouldn't the thing just like fall? The birdie or whatever you call it. Off in racing, Warren Mead, Annie Davis, and Colt Nelman. Mead, a future pilot. Colt Nelman still working on what he's going to do, but hey, plenty of time, right? Champs from Greater Des Moines, Jamestown, and Akron crossing over the tunnel and passing in front of the grandstand.
Heat 808, first phase, goes to Warren Mead, followed closely by Annie Davis at .042, and off the lead at 0.48 is Colt Nelman.
Some phase 2 action now in our local Masters Challenge. Heat 802, phase 2 coming up next. Lane 1, it's car number 2 of Charles Connor. Connor in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car number 8 of Emma Gable. Gable in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 25 of Haley Mort. Mort in lane number 3. Standing by for Connor, Gable, and Mort. And they are racing. Charles Connor in lane 1, Emma Gable in lane 2, Haley Mort in lane number 3. 11 1/1000ths the gap from heat leader Gable to second place Haley after that first phase. Charles Connor only 30 1/1000ths behind. So good close racing in that first phase. And here they come down to the finish to cross that line. We'll get you the results from Lou here in just a moment.
It's Emma Gabriel holding on to her lead after the second phase. Off the mark by .041, it's Charles Connor and Haley Mort at .043.
Heat 803, phase 2 next. Lane 1, car 1 of Riley Scala. Scala in lane 1. Lane 2, car 6 of Logan Webb. Webb in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car number 5 of Chase Stewart. Stewart in lane number 3. And we are off and racing between Scala, Webb, and Stewart. Good first phase between these three. Webb, your heat leader by 3 1/1000ths over Chase Stewart. Riley Scala with a .026 there in third place. Looking good so far as they make their way across the tunnel. Favorite activities for Riley: swimming with manatees, diving Florida Springs, training fish, feeding otters, holding safety meetings, and of course, derby racing.
Phase 2 results coming in soon for Heat 803. And there was a 0.003 of a second difference between Webb and Stewart. And let's see what we got now. It is Logan Webb managing to hold on to his lead, followed closely by Chase Stewart by 1/10 of a second and .056 for Riley Scala.
Heat 809, phase 1 set to go next. Lane 1, it's car 23 from Erie, Pennsylvania, Ella Rounds. Rounds in lane number 1. Lane number 2, it's car 16 from Avon, Indiana, Shelton Taylor. Taylor in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 20 from West Lafayette, Indiana, Catherine Williams. Williams in lane number 3. As those three champs get ready to go, the champs from Erie, Indianapolis, and Greater Lafayette waiting at the starting line to get their racing underway for today. Two college freshmen and an 8th grader in this one. Brown's a freshman at Gannon University, the great institution up in Erie. Catherine, a freshman at Ivy Tech. Shelton, an 8th grader at Avon Middle School West in Indianapolis. Waiting for these champs to check in. We'll say hello to some of our folks watching along on YouTube. Hello, Maria. Hello, Candy. Hello, Cassie. Glad you're with us today. And we are racing in Heat 809. Ella Rounds in lane 1, Shelton Taylor in lane 2. Catherine Williams in lane number 3, a future pediatric occupational therapist, a future doctor or pro soccer player, and someone who wants to go into something that has to do with animals across the track lanes 1, 2, and 3. Good racing between those 3.
Oh, now it is.
We're looking at Heat 809 and the very first phase of that heat. It goes to Shelton Taylor. Close racing, followed by Catherine Williams at .032 and off the lead by .051. It's Ella Rounds.
Standing by, we do have another local stock heat in the ramps. Lane 1 is going to be car 320 of Caroline Crumbliss here in Heat 721 Phase 2. Crumbliss, lane 1. Lane 2 will be car 307 of Eli Fortner. Fortner in lane 2, and in lane number 3, it's car 355 of Anna Blakeman. Blakeman in lane number 3. As we are racing between Crumbliss, Fortner, and Blakeman. Heat leader after one phase is Anna Blakeman, who's racing now in lane number 3. Eli Fortner in lane 2, .010 back. Crumbliss in lane 1, .031 off of that lead pace. But here they come down to the finish, and we'll see how this changes things.
Okay, it is Anna Blakeman holding on there in phase number 2, and we have a tie behind her at .049 for both Eli Fortner and Caroline Crumbliss. So good racing here. We'll see how it all pans out in the next phase.
Back to Masters we go now. And I see the Rayleigh Andrews contingent checking in on the YouTube chat. So here you go. Here's your heat. 801, phase 1, lane 1. It's car 27 of Rayleigh Andrews from Lancaster, Ohio. Andrews in lane number 1. Lane 2, it's car 22 from Camano Island, Washington, Lily Swanson. Swanson in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 14 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Justin Riggs. Riggs in lane number 3. Getting set to go. In what I think is our last first phase in the Masters. Standing by now for Heat 801 Phase 1, still getting some champs situated there. Career interest for these champs, Rayleigh told us, being a stay-at-home daughter. I don't know if anybody talked to Rayleigh's parents about that, but that's what Rayleigh wants to do. Lily wants to be a lawyer or a forensic scientist, Justin a welder, mechanic, or going into the military. They're off and racing. Andrews in lane 1, Swanson in lane 2, Riggs in lane number 3. On down past halfway now. The champs from Lancaster, Camano Island, and Ogallala. There they are at the finish line. Results coming up.
And those results are in for heat number 801, phase 1. And that goes to Justin Riggs, followed by Lily Swanson at .012 and .002 to Raleigh Andrews.
Heat 804, phase 2 coming up next. Lane 1, it'll be car 12 of Gabriel Len. Len in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car number 3 of Aubrey Gresco. Gresco in lane number 2. And in lane number 3, it's car number 11 of Emma Davis. Davis in lane number 3. As we get these champs loaded in. Getting them loaded in, hatches closed, and we add a new wrinkle because of the weather dried off, as it were. Just about ready for Len, Gresco, and Davis. They are racing Len, Gresco, and Davis in lanes 1, 2, and 3. Your heat leader was Aubrey Gresco after one phase. Had the lead by .048 over Emma Davis, .070 over Gabriel Len. Looking good so far. Close racing between that trio as they go underneath the bridge.
Results are in for phase 2 for heat 804, and it is Aubrey Gresco leading the way, followed shortly by Gabriel Len at .07 and .085 for Emma Davis.
And next up, it'll be heat 805, phase 2. Lane 1, it's car number 10 of Finnegan Horan. Horan in lane number 1. Lane number 2, car 26 of Salida Nichols. Nichols in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 21 of Aiden Stewart. Stewart in lane number 3. Horan, a fan of ice hockey, baseball, and Legos. Nichols, a fan of fishing, golf, derby racing, and hanging with friends. Stewart, a fan of riding and rebuilding dirt bikes. We are racing between Horan, Nichols, and Stewart. Nichols, your heat leader through one phase. Close for second, though. Stewart, .045, Horan, .049. Still anybody's heat here as they make their way down over the tunnel and in front of the grandstands. They pass under the bridge.
Selena Nichols manages to hold on to her lead through this second phase of heat number 805. Back by .049, it is Aiden Cole Stewart and Finnegan Horan at .052.
Heat 806, phase 2 coming up. This should be a fun one. 7 1000 separate these three. Lane 1 is car number 4 of Sarah Palacios. Palacios in lane 1. Lane 2 is car 24 of Isabella Rosa. Rosa in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car number 7 of Logan Senholtz-Linder. Senholtz-Linder in lane number 3. They're off and racing. Rosa and Senholtz-Linder had a dead phase in phase number 1 of this one. And Sarah Palacios was just 7 1000ths behind the two that dead phased. So a great heat between these three. Close again as they cross the finish line.
We're looking at heat 806, phase 2. The information coming in momentarily here. Very close race indeed. And it's Logan Senholtz-Linder leading the way after 2 phases. .016 separates Sarah Palacios and .025 Isabella Rosa.
Next up, it will be Heat 807, Phase 2. Lane 1, car number 9 of Jamison Cook. Cook in lane 1. Lane 2, car 19 of Emerson Evans. Evans in lane 2, and in lane number 3, it's car 18 of Bella Welton. Welton in lane 3. Those champs set to go. Jamison, Emmy, and Bella. They are racing. Jamison in lane 1, your heat leader. Emmy in lane 2, Bella in lane 3. The gap is .016 between Jamison and Bella, .049 between Jamison and Emmy. So here come the champs from Columbia, Columbus and Conneaut. Say that one 5 times fast. Across the grandstand area and to the finish line they come.
And the data has come in.
Oh, big trouble down there in the run out.
Stand by.
Looks like we've got a car in the fence down there. That's lane 3 of Bella Welton. As we look down there, it does look like Bella's out of the car. Went through run out, went through the cones. Swerved it off to the right. Then got into the fence at the end of that sand trap down there.
All right, here's the data from the last phase of Heat 807, and it shows that Jamison Cook took phase 2, followed by Bella at .052 and .074 for Emerson Evans. We're still on a little bit of a hold here, so we will keep you informed.
Heat 722, phase 1 next. Lane 1, car 311 of Dakota Nadrowski. Nadrowski in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 340 of Lenora Acker. Acker in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 319 of Ty Shegluk. Shegluk in lane 3. And we're racing. Nadrowski in lane 1. Acker in lane 2. Shegluk in lane 3. Second round action in our local stock challenge here today at Derby Downs. As we see the champs from Meriden, Columbus, and Cincinnati on track right now. Looking good as they cross the finish line.
And phase 1 action of Heat 722. Let's find out who's leading the way, and it is Lenora Acker, followed up by Dakota Nadrowski at .022. And it's Ty Shegluk at .087. Got one more phase to go for Heat 722.
Heat 808, phase 2 set to go. Lane 1, it's car 15 of Colt Nelman. Nelman in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 13 of Warren Mead. Mead in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 17 of Annie Davis. Davis in lane number 3. See in the chat, Shannon wishing Bella the best after that crash a few minutes ago, saying, hope you're okay. Looked like Bella walked away from that one. That's about all we know up here on the bridge at this point. But did get out under her own power. Stand by for Nelman, Mead, and Davis. Getting set to go now for phase 2 of Heat 808. We are off and racing. Nelman in lane 1, Mead in lane 2, Davis in lane 3. Our fan of basketball, football, and track and field, our fan of cross country, track, swimming, and racing, and our fan of sleeping and eating ice cream in lanes 1, 2, and 3 here. Mead in lane 2, your heat leader after 1, had .042 on Annie, .048 on Colt.
Warren Mead was your heat leader after 1 phase. He manages to hold on to that lead after 2. At .006 off that lead is Colton Nelman, and Annie Davis at .088. We've got a very brief hold here
While we dry off the ramps, the rain has been coming through Derby Downs here for about the last half hour, 45 minutes, somewhere in there. It's going to be intermittent through the day as you look at the radar. And of course, as soon as I try to pull the radar blanks out on me. But it does look like it's going to be a little bit off and on as we go through the day. The rain moving sort of from southwest to northeast. If you look at it on the radar, there's a stronger line behind it. Maybe it'll miss us, maybe not, but we'll see what happens there. At any rate, the good news is much cooler than yesterday. It was a scorcher here at Derby Downs yesterday. Sunny, hot, and humid yesterday. Overcast, windy. I don't know if you can call 78 degrees seasonable here in Ohio. That's a little on the cool side of seasonable here in Northeast Ohio, but paging the parents for Heat 807. Parents for Heat 807, please report to topside. Again, the parents for Heat 807, please report to topside. We're going to roll back into our stock division. Second round action continues in the local stock challenge. Next up, you've got Heat 723. Lane 1, it's car 334 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Demaya Wilson. Wilson in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 331 of Garrett Kilby. Kilby in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 349 of Leo Jans. Jans in lane number 3. Making those final preparations now for Wilson, Kilby, and Jans. We asked about career interests. We get it on the bio cards every year. Demaya said, still dreaming about career interests. Good answer, especially when you're in the 3rd grade, right? That plenty of time to figure that out. Kilby wants to be a scientist so he can bring a banana to life. You know, there's some people in Savannah, Georgia that might want to talk to you about that. Just a hunch. Jans wants to be a veterinarian or possibly follow the military service tradition that is in his family. That is fantastic. Those 3 champs across the finish line.
Okay, results are in for phase 1 for Heat 723, and it shows Garrett Kilby out in the lead, followed by Demaya Wilson at .055 and Leo Jans at Jans at .061.
Back to Masters we go. Heat 802. This is an elimination phase in our local Masters Challenge. Lane 1, it's car 25 of Haley Mort. Mort in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car number 2 of Charles Connor. Connor in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car number 8 of Emma Gable. Gable in lane 3. Checking out the YouTube chat here. Candy raises a good point in the YouTube chat. She says, I wish back in '88 when I raced, we had races through the week. We only got the chance to race on Saturday. This new way gives the kids more chances to go down the hill. That's really true. And it's kind of a cool deal being able to see all these champs get multiple shots at this hill during the week. And we talked earlier in the week, too, about it being sort of an equalizer because some of the local champs that are here, and by local, I don't mean local versus rally, but Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana, Kentucky, the people that are within a relatively easy drive of Akron have probably had some experience on this track if they race in the rally program. If you don't, or if you're far away, well, this might be your first time in competition at Derby Downs. So in some ways, it can kind of level the playing field too, and give some of those champs from out of town that opportunity. Yesterday, we saw Region 4, and of course, we've been talking with Allison up here all week, one of the former Region 4 world champions. They don't get the chance to race here very often, Well, yesterday they did, and they cleaned up yesterday. Of the 9 podium spots available in the rally challenges yesterday, Region 4 won 6 of them. Not too shabby for Region 4, but really it does level the playing field. And I know there are people that, and I've heard all the great stories from Derbytown back in the day, but it does give them some more opportunities to race when we have these challenge races, which is pretty cool too. Getting ready for Mort, Connor, and Gable here. When I was here a few weeks ago helping get ready for this week, somebody mentioned that we ought to bring back Camp for Volunteers, and I went, wait a minute. I think they would rather be at like Camp Marriott or Camp Hilton or something like that. Camp anything with air conditioning, I think, is what the Volunteers want. We are off and racing. It would be kind of fun, though. Mort in lane 1, Connor in lane 2, Gable in lane number 3. Elimination phase between these 3 champs. The gap from Gable, your heat leader, to Connor in second, 0.041. Then it's just another 2 1,000ths to get to Haley Mort, who was in third place after 2. Here they come to the finish line. We'll get you official results here coming up. We've got a car in the guardrail in the run out. That looks like lane number 3 of Emma Gable.
Right. Emma Gable took this elimination. She'll be advancing to the next round. Look for Emma in heat 811 in her number 8 car. And it was both Haley Mort and Charles Connor logging in at .075 at the end of heat 802.
Heat 724, phase 1 next in our local stock challenge. Lane 1, it's car 354 from Brooklyn, New York, Shokita Kobalova. Kobalova in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 356 from Plymouth Meeting, Pennsylvania, Adrian Rio. Rio in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 345 from Camano Island, Washington, Reyes Saylor. Saylor in lane number 3. We are off and racing. Kobalova in lane 1, Rio lane 2, Saylor lane 3. Second round action in our local stock challenge. As we dodge the raindrops here at Derby Downs in Akron, our future programmer or lawyer, future contractor or football coach, and future racer. I guess you can't even say future racer, present racer, like presently, right now. Just finished racing. They're across the finish line, results coming up.
Results coming in for heat 724, phase 1, and they are here. It's Reyes Saylor taking the first phase, followed by Adrian Rio at .047 and .098 for Shokita Kobalova.
Heat 803, an elimination phase in the Masters division next. Lane 1, it's car 5 of Chase Stewart. Stewart in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car number 1 of Riley Scala. Scala in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car number 6 of Logan Webb. Webb in lane number 3. See them continuing to get these champs ready. When they get on track, Logan Webb will be your heat leader by .010. The gap is .056 back to Riley. We are off and racing. Elimination phase of heat 803. Stewart in lane 1, Scala in lane 2, Webb in lane 3. About to find out if Logan Webb in lane number 3 can hold on to that lead. At 10 1,000ths on Chase Stewart, 56 1,000ths on Riley Scala. Here they come. And results from Lou in a moment.
Results coming in from Heat 803, who will advance to the next round, and it will be Logan Webb. Logan Webb. Look for Logan to compete next in Heat 812 in that number 6 car. And Chase Stewart logged in at .013 and .063 for Riley Scala.
Somebody just dropped in chat, happy birthday, Logan. Well, if it is Logan Webb's birthday, that's a nice birthday present. Trip to the next round? That's not so bad. So we wish Logan a happy birthday, and we move on to Heat 809, Phase 2. Lane 1, it's car number 20 of Catherine Williams. Williams in lane 1. Lane 2, car 23 of Ella Rounds. Rounds in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 16 of Shelton Taylor. Taylor in lane 3. We're off and racing in Heat 809, Phase 2, Lane 1. It's Catherine Williams. Lane 2, it's Ella Rounds. Lane 3, it's Shelton Taylor. Who's it going to be in this one? Taylor, your heat leader after 1 by .032. And they are across the finish line.
Shelton Taylor, heat leader after 1, and he managed to hold on to his lead after Phase 2. 809 is our heat number, and it is .092 going to Catherine Williams and .116 for Ella Rounds.
Heat 721, Phase 3 next. Lane 1, car 355 of Anna Blakeman. Blakeman in lane 1. Lane 2 is car 320 of Caroline Crumbliss. Crumbliss in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 307 of Eli Fortner. Fortner in lane number 3. We are off and racing between Blakeman, Crumbliss, and Fortner. Dead heat for second in this one after 2 phases. Blakeman, your heat leader, by .049 over both Caroline and Eli. Good close racing in this one as well. The champs from Bowling Green, Columbia, and Cape Girardeau finishing up their heat.
Heat 721. And it is Anna Blakeman leading all through all three phases, and she will be going on to the next round, followed up by Ellie Fortner at .091 and .095 for Carolyn Krublis.
More Masters Division action here. Getting set for Heat 801, Phase 2, Lane 1. It's car 14 of Justin Riggs. Riggs in Lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 27 of Rayleigh Andrews. Andrews in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it's car 22 of Lily Swanson. Swanson in Lane 3. This was a good first phase between these three. First to third separated by 21 thousandths of a second. Like they were drying off the ramps there a little bit. Going to be an issue as we go through the day with that rain that came through here. Often racing between Riggs, Andrews, and Swanson. Riggs, your heat leader in lane number 1. Swanson in lane number 3 was in second after one phase by .012. Rayleigh still right in it as well, .020 back. So close competitive racing. Exactly what you expect out of the Masters. There they go across that finish line.
And we have Justin Riggs leading the way after two phases, followed closely by Lily Swanson at .017 and .048 for Rayleigh Andrews.
An elimination phase coming up, 804 phase 3, lane 1. Car number 11 of Emma Davis. Davis in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car number 12 of Gabriel Len. Len in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car number 3 of Aubrey Gresco. Gresco in lane 3. Often racing between Davis, Len, and Gresco. Gresco in lane 3 leads the way after two phases. Just about to be racing here, rather, between those three. Now we're racing between Davis, Len, and Gresco. Racing now between Davis, Len, and Gresco. Gresco trying to hold on to a heat lead here. .070 was the gap, separating Aubrey from Gabriel. .085 back to Emma. Here they come across the finish line.
And it is Aubrey Gresco managing to hold on to her lead and taking heat number 804. Look for her to compete in the next heat. That will be 813 in that number 3 car. Very close racing. Off the mark by .063 was Gabriel Lynn and Emma Davis by .085.
Heat 805, phase 3 getting loaded in right now. Lane 1 will be car 21 of Aiden Stewart. Stewart in lane 1. Lane 2, car 10 of Finnegan Horan. Horan in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 26 of Salida Nichols. Nichols in lane 3. Elimination phase in our local Masters Challenge. It looks like we've got hatches closed here. Nichols, your heat leader, after 2 phases. And they are racing in Heat 805, Phase 3. Stewart in lane 1. Horan in lane 2. Nichols in lane number 3. .049, the gap that Aiden will need to make up to move on to the next round. .052 is the gap for Finnegan. Salida Nichols was your heat leader after 2 phases. There they go across the finish line.
We're looking at Heat 805. It was Salida Nichols leading after 2 phases. Let's see if she can bring it on home, and she does. So Salida Nichols will be advancing on to the next round. Followed up times, Aiden Colt at .044 and .065 from Finnegan Horan.
Next up, Heat 806, Phase 3. Lane 1, it is car number 7 of Logan Senholtz-Linder, your heat leader. Senholtz-Linder in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car number 4 of Sarah Palacios. Palacios in lane 2, and in lane number 3, it's car 24 of Isabella Rosa. Rosa in lane 3. Favorite activities for these champs. Palacios in lane 2, riding horses. Rosa, soccer, archery, and horse riding in lane 3. Senholtz-Linder, sleeping, napping, and practicing the art of narcolepsy, and says he wants to be an expert sleep coach. Palacios wants to be a beef cattle nutrition specialist. Rosa, a pro soccer player. Senholtz-Linder, Palacios, and Rosa halfway down. .016 is the gap between Senholtz-Linder and Palacios. .025 back to Rosa, so very close heat between those 3.
A reminder, this is Heat 806, and this is an elimination round. Who's going to advance? I can tell you that right now. Logan Senholtz-Linder will be moving on to the next round. Not far behind, .043 was Isabella Rosa, and .034 for Sarah.
Downstairs.
Yellow one here is problematic.
Yeah, that one should be good. Zebra downstairs.
Oh, that's
Heat 722, phase 2 is next. On track, you've got Ty Shegluk in lane 1, Dakota Nadrowski in lane 2, Lenora Acker in lane 3. This is Heat 722, phase 2. Lenora Acker leads the way after 1 by .022. As they head on down to the finish. Here's one from the What It's All About category. Dakota's favorite activities in lane 2. Basketball, hanging out with buddies, swimming and racing soapbox derby, and hugging mommy and daddy, says Dakota.
Okay, it's Lenora Acker taking this phase, followed up by Dakota Nadrowski at .089 and .247 for Ty Schlegel.
Heat 808, phase 3 next. Lane 1, car 17 from Jamestown, New York, Annie Davis. Davis in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 15 of Colt Nelman. Nelman in lane 2. Lane 3, car 13 of Warren Mead. Mead in lane number 3. We are off and racing. Davis lane 1, Nelman lane 2, Mead your heat leader in lane 3. The gap from Mead to Nelman is .066, .088 to Annie Davis. They are across the finish line.
And it is Warren Mead holding on to that lead to advance to the next round out of Heat 808. It was .106 difference for Andy Davis and .067 difference for Colt Nelman.
Heat 723, phase 2 in our local stock challenge. Lane 1 is car 349 of Leo Jans. Jans in lane 1. Lane 2 is car 334 of Demaya Wilson. Wilson in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 331 of Garrett Kilby. Kilby in lane 3. We're off and racing. Jans in lane 1, Wilson in lane 2, Kilby in lane number 3. One phase in between these three champs. Kilby won it with a .055 over Demaya, .061 over Leo. I still want to know about that thing with Garrett wanting to bring a banana to life. Coming soon to a Savannah Bananas game near you, I suppose.
Garrett Kilby holds on to his lead here after two phases in Heat 723. Off the mark by .027, it's Demaya Wilson and Leo Johns at .08.
724, phase 2 underway. Rhea Saylor in lane 1. Shohida Kobalova in lane 2. Adrian Rio in lane 3. The champs from Camano Island, Brooklyn and Concha Hocken on track right now. As they race down, it was Saylor, your heat leader after 1. We'll see if that changes things.
Rhea Saylor holds on to her lead after 2 phases completed in heat 724. .033, the difference between Adrian Rio, and .092 for Shadika Kabalova.
Heat 807, phase 1, take 2. Lane 1, it's car 19 of Emmy Evans. Evans in lane 1. Lane 2, car 18 of Bella Welton. Welton in lane 2. Lane 3, it's car 9 of Jamison Cook. Cook in lane 3. Matthew on YouTube says we need to invite the Savannah Bananas to Derby Downs. Savannah Bananas did play in Akron, gosh, was that 2 years ago? They played in Cleveland, I want to say, last year. So maybe next time they're here. Often racing between Emmy Evans, Bella Welton, and Jamison Cook. This is Heat 807, Phase 1. Between our future nurse, our future cosmetologist, and our future military field medic. Here in our local Masters Challenge, racing down to the finish. For that trio, we'll get those Phase 1 results coming up.
And we are talking about Heat 807. Phase 1 results are here. It's Jamison Cook leading the way. Bella Welton next at .028 off the win, and .027 for Emmy Evans.
Heat 809, Phase 3 will be next. It'll be car 16 of Shelton Taylor in lane 1. Lane 2 of car 20, Catherine Williams. And car 23 of Ella Rounds in lane number 3.
Okay. As we move up on lunchtime, I thought I'd mention that today's National Hot Dog Day.
Wait, it is?
Yeah.
Celebrate properly. I think I see Tie Dog down there.
Oh, Tie Dog.
Hot dogs aren't your thing. Papa John's there as well. And of course, the fuel that fuels the bridge. Ohio's best lemonade is here.
Ohio's best lemonade, yeah.
Talking earlier in the week about like how some sports venues are like one brand of pop venues and or another brand. I think, are we just an Ohio's best lemonade venue? I think that's how this works,
I think
right?
that's for us, yeah.
That's right. Off in racing, 809, phase 3. Taylor lane 1, Williams lane 2, Rounds in lane number 3. Two phases in, it was Taylor leading the way by almost a tenth of a second over Williams and Rounds. And as they come down to the finish line, we'll see if Shelton Taylor can hang on and move on to the next round. Phase 2? No, it's phase 7. Moving on to the next round, it will be Shelton Taylor from Indianapolis. Shelton Taylor, your winner, will be in Heat 818 next. The margin was .130 back to Catherine Williams and .159 back to Ella Rounds. Shelton Taylor moving on to the next round. Heat 801, phase 3 next. Lane 1, car 22 of Lily Swanson. Swanson in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 14 of Justin Riggs. Riggs in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 27 of Rayleigh Andrews. Andrews in lane 3. Off in racing, elimination phase for Swanson, Riggs, and Andrews. Riggs was your heat leader, but only by 17 1/1000ths over Lily Swanson. Halfway home in 801 phase 3, the champs from Camano Island, Ogallala, and Lancaster getting ready to cross the finish line.
Wow, close. Waiting for results from Heat 801, elimination round, and they have come in. So it'll be Justin Riggs advancing to the next round. Look for him to compete next in Heat 810 in his number 14 car. Very, very close margin with Lily Swanson. Off the mark by .004. That's 4 1/1000ths. And .051 for Rayleigh Andrews.
Move back to the stock division, Heat 722, phase 3. In this second round matchup, lane 1, it's car 340 of Lenora Acker. Acker in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 319 of Ty Shegluk. Shegluk in lane 2. And lane 3, it's car 311 of Dakota Nadrowski. Nadrowski in lane number 3. So we are off and racing now between Acker, Shegluk, and Nadrowski. Acker, your heat leader after 2 at .089 on Dakota. They come across the finish line there.
And we're looking at heat 722. 722. And we got that information in there. It'll be Lenora Acker advancing. It'll be Lenora Acker advancing to the next round, followed up by Shegluk at .344 and .108 for Dakota Nadrowski.
Heat 723. Phase 3 next, lane 1. It's car 331 of Garrett Kilby. Kilby in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 349 of Leo Jans. Jans in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 334 of Demaya Wilson. Wilson in lane 3. And they are on track. Kilby lane 1, Jans lane 2, Wilson in lane 3. Kilby, your heat leader, 2 phases in. The gap is .072 back to Demaya, .080 back to Leo. Hey, I need results from 723, guys. I'm sure you posted them and skipped past the 724. Yeah, I just need to go. Off and racing in heat 724, phase 3, Adrian Rio, lane 1, Rhea Saylor, lane 2, Shokita Kobalova in lane 3. Elimination phase for these 3 champs. Saylor, your heat leader by .033. .092 back to Shokita. There's the finish line for those 3.
It's Rhea Saylor managing to hold on and take heat 724. Way to go, Rhea. Now look for Rhea to compete again in heat 721 or 727 coming up momentarily. Great race by Adrian Rio at .034 and off the mark at .069. It is Shokita Kobalova.
Results from heat 723 a moment ago. Moving on is Garrett Kilby. Kilby, your winner in car 331 of heat 723. Final margin .096 back to Demaya, .120 to Leo Jans. Heat 807, phase 2 coming up. Lane 1, it's car number 9 of Jamison Cook. Cook in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car number 19 of Emmy Evans. Evans in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 18 of Bella Welton. Welton in lane 3. These Masters champs set to go. They are racing. This is round one of the local Masters Challenge for Jamison Cook, Emmy Evans, and Bella Welton. Jamison Cook won phase one by .027, .028 to Bella Welton. As we race our way down here, we'll see who is going to have the heat lead after phase number two. And leading the way in heat 807 after two phases, it is Jamison Cook. Cook leads the heat by .031 over Emmy Evans and .048 over Bella Welton. And while we wait for cars, some reminders here. We're always looking for help in runouts. So if you're able to help today, you can just head down there. If you want to help out later in the week, check the Derby social media channels for the link on signing up for later in the week. We always need help in run out, and run out is key to keeping our program moving along here. While we wait for cars here, we want to remind everybody, take advantage of those vendors down along the side of the track. Ohio's Best Lemonade is here. Thai Dog is here. Papa John's Pizza is here. And up at topside, you've got Enduro Photo and Custom Apparel. Bought myself a new polo yesterday, or no, when was that? Monday. The days are starting to melt together now as we get into the middle of the week. I always make sure to do some shopping at Custom Apparel while I'm here in Akron. The day's going to come when somebody needs to buy a suitcase for all the stuff they buy at Custom Apparel. Maybe that day has already come. I don't know. But Custom Apparel doing a great job with the Derby swag up there. Just waiting for cars in ramps here as we continue our local challenge here at Derby Downs today. Working our way through the end of the first round of Masters. We're into the second round of stock. Super stock still to go later today. Second round of the local challenge. As I go back and look at the heat sheet, second round wrapped up, so we'll see round 3 of stock in a little bit. We do see cars now up at the starting line, so going to be getting back to racing here in just a moment as the rain has picked up here at Derby Downs. It looks like, again, not a meteorologist, but I played one on the college television station back in the day. It looks like the worst of this current line is missing us to the north. But that's no solace if you're sitting outside right now. It is coming down pretty good here at Derby Downs. Trying to get this first round Masters heat completed so we can keep the program in order here. And cars are being loaded in. So heat 807, phase 3. Getting all set here. Lane 1, it'll be car 18 of Bella Welton. Welton in lane number 1. Lane number 2, it is car number 9 of Jamison Cook. Cook in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 19 of Emmy Evans. Evans in lane 3. So we look up at the starting line cam here. These champs, like still with hatches open up there. When we get on track, it'll be Jamison Cook trying to defend a lead in this heat of .031 over Emmy and .048 over Bella. Just about set to go now. See the Jamison Cook contingent checking in with their well wishes in the YouTube chat. Reminder, we are streaming live, so if you've got anybody at home or anybody that said they didn't want to sit in the rain, tell them to head over to that Soapbox Derby YouTube channel. Off and racing now. Heat 807, phase 3, elimination phase for Bella Welton, Jamison Cook, and Emmy Evans. Champs from Ashtabula County, Columbia, and Columbus. Set to complete round 1 here in the local Masters Challenge.
It's Jamison Cook advancing on to the next round. Look for him to compete next in Heat 816. He's got that number 9 car. Emmy Evans logging in at .038, and Isabella Welton at .063.
So as we wait for more cars to come over the hill, it's been a great week so far at Derby Downs. And here all across Akron, starting off on Monday, of course, with opening ceremonies. Down at Lock 3, the beautiful new Lock 3 park. The city of Akron just doing an incredible job modernizing Lock 3, that nice big stage they put in there, just beautiful. Of course, movie night then yesterday with our rally challenge. Pool party over at the Shaw JCC. Local challenge today. Tomorrow, big day here with the All-Star Race, the Legacy competition. Topside show tomorrow. Friday, the National Super Kids Classic. I always encourage people, if you've got time on Friday, and I know a lot of people make plans, once you're done doing what you need to do here, you get out of here for a little bit, take a little while, come down here and cheer on those Super Kids as they compete in the National Super Kids Classic. Some champs that maybe otherwise wouldn't have had the chance to experience the thrill of the hill. They put it together for them in the National Super Kids Classic. Their top 6 will race on Saturday as part of the First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby. So really looking forward to Friday here as they have the National Super Kids Classic. And then Saturday, the big show, the 87th running of the First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby. We wrap it up Saturday night with the closing ceremonies at the beautiful Akron Civic Theater. So a great, great week here all throughout the week. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the Vintage Derby Car Show as well, taking place on Friday. And that's always really fun because you get to see some of the history up close and personal. And some cars that maybe you don't get to see all the time. Of course, a lot of the world champion cars have been kept here at Derby Downs, but you get some really neat exhibits each and every year in the Vintage Derby Car Show. So I encourage you to go check that out. It's 9 to 6 on Friday at St. Matthew's Church, which is at 2580 Burn Street in Akron. I know that's where I'll be heading after the Super Kids are wrapped up on Friday. Always fun to go over there. And oh, by the way, they have air conditioning. So waiting now for more cars to come over the hill, and we will get back going with our local challenge here at Derby Downs. Here at Derby Downs, and we're waiting for cars so we can continue our racing. As soon as I say that, I see a couple cars making their way down the hill. So we'll be back to racing here in just a moment. The hold, as we understand it, was not for rain. It was just for cars, getting cars ready to race. We have cars in the starting gate. Time to get back to racing. This is Heat 725, Phase 1. Round 3 of the local stock challenge. Lane 1, it's car 315 from Centennial, Colorado, Blake Elston. Elston in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 309 from Ottawa, Tennessee, Coy Cantrell. Cantrell in lane 3. This will be a 2-car, 2-phase heat. No pace cars after the first round. Everybody got a chance to run all 3. So now we'll just run lanes 1 and 3 when we only have 2 cars. We're off and racing between Elston and Cantrell. The champs from Monument and Chattanooga going at it here. Blake told us restored a hot rod with his dad. That's pretty cool. Coy said he's a fan of flag football, drawing, hanging out with friends, and spending time with his dog, 2 cats, and chickens. They are across the finish line clean. We'll get results from Lou in just a moment. Winning phase one was Blake Elston with a .050 over Coy Cantrell. Elston, your winner in Heat 725, phase one. Next up, Heat 726, phase one, lane one. It is car 340 of Lenora Acker, lane one. Lane two, it's car 355 of Anna Blakeman from Bowling Green, Kentucky. Blakeman in lane number three. And we are off and racing between Lenora Acker and Anna Blakeman. Acker in lane one, Blakeman in lane number three. The local champs of Columbus and Bowling Green going at it here. And a close one between those two. We stand by for those phase results.
We're looking at phase one of 726. And the information has come in. It's Anna Blakeman leading the way at this point. But Lenora Acker hot on her tail with a margin of 5/1000ths. So we'll see what happens. It all pan out. Anybody's game in phase two.
Heat 727, phase one next. Lane one, it's car 331 of Garrett Kilby. Kilby in lane one. Lane three, car 345 from Camano Island, Washington, Reyes Saylor. Saylor in lane three.
And they're off.
Racing between Kilby and Saylor. A future scientist and a future racer in this one. Kilby and Saylor are across the finish line. Champ from Region 4 and Region 1 in this one.
We're at Heat 727 in the local stock challenge. We got Kilby and Saylor. Information coming in momentarily. And it is here. Garrett Kilby steps out and takes the lead at this point, followed by Saylor at .081.
So we wait for more cars. Rain did pick up, not enough to call a rain delay. The delay earlier was just waiting for cars to be prepped and ready to go. So while we wait for cars to arrive at the start line, do want to remind you there's a lot of great things to do here in Northeast Ohio, and you even got discounts on some of those while you're here this week. Cedar Point has a special discount for Soapbox Derby champs and families. You can purchase your tickets online through Sunday at cedarpoint.com/save. You're breaking up. You're breaking up really, really bad. Can you try again? So that Cedar Point discount I was telling you about, I should probably tell you what the discount code was, huh? Username CPISBD, password Derby for discount tickets to Cedar Point. I was looking at those discounts when they first announced them. They were offering like ticket and a parking pass for almost just the price of the parking pass. So incredibly good discounts to Cedar Point if that's something you're looking to do while you're here in Northeast Ohio. As we get ready for Heat 725 Phase 2, you've got Coy Cantrell in Lane 1 and Blake Elston in lane number 3. Also, the Akron Zoo offering discounts for Derby champs and families this week. AkronZoo.org, the discount code ZooDerby2025 for $11 tickets to the Akron Zoo. So, set to go now in our next heat. This will be Coy Cantrell and Blake Elston in Heat 725 Phase 2. And we are off and racing. Cantrell in lane 1, Elston in lane 3. Elimination phase. .050 the gap between Blake and Coy. Blake has the lead. Coy wants it. As they cross halfway here they come to the tunnel. A race down in front of the grandstands and under the bridge to the finish of Heat 725. We're about to find out who's moving on to the next round.
We'll see if Blake can hold on to his lead in Heat 725. In this elimination round, it will be Blake. Moving on to the next round, look for him to compete next in Heat 728. A nice run by Coy Cantrell, clocking in at .057.
More cars at the starting line now. This is Heat 727, Phase 2, Lane 1. Car 345 of Rhea Saylor. Lane 2 is car 331 of Garrett Kilby. Kilby in Lane 3. Getting them situated. Almost set to go. This will be an elimination phase for Rhea and Garrett. And they are racing. Sailor lane 1, Kilby in lane 3. Kilby leads the heat by .081. We hear somebody's cheering section up there. The cheering sections have been loud and proud all week long. No exception here today as they cross the line close. Lou will have those results for you in a moment.
And it looks like Blake Elston is going to be moving on to the next round. A good race by Coy Cantel at .057.
Heat 726, phase 2 coming up. Lane 1, it'll be car 355 of Anna Blakeman. Lenora Acker in car 340 in lane number 3. Very close first phase between these two champs. The margin, .005. Through one phase, here they come in 726, phase 2. Blakeman and Acker, 5/1000 separate them. Anna had the lead. Lenora wants it. Here they come. Close again. We will get you those results in a moment.
And Anna Blakeman manages to hold on as she will take Heat 726. Followed up by Lenora Acker at .017 as a difference. So look for Anna to race next in Heat 728.
Heat 819 is next. In our Masters division, lane 1. It's car 14 of Justin Riggs. Riggs in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car number 8 from Livingston Manor, New York, Emma Gable. Gable in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car number 6 from Merritt Island, Florida, Logan Webb. Webb in lane 3. And we are racing. Heat 819, phase 1 for our local Masters Challenge. Riggs lane 1, Gable lane 2, Webb in lane 3. On down towards the finish line between the champs from Ogallala, Liberty and Sanford.
It looks very close, and this is the kind of racing we can expect to see in the Masters Challenge. Let's check out and see what the data has to say. Well, it is Emma Gable leading the way and closely followed by Justin Riggs at .016. Not too far off the mark, it's .035 for Logan Webb.
Next up in the ramps, we have Heat 820 Phase 1. Lane 1, it's car number 7 of Logan Senholtz-Linder out of St. Charles, Illinois. Senholtz-Linder in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car number 3 from Las Vegas, Nevada, Aubrey Gresko. Gresko in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car 26 from Federalsburg, Maryland, Salida Nichols. Nichols in lane number 3. Senholtz-Linder are a fan of sleeping, napping, and practicing the art of narcolepsy, who wants to be an expert sleep coach. That is a thing, though, right? Like, they have people that tell you how to get better sleep, right? I think. Often racing. Senholtz-Linder in lane 1, Gresko in lane 2, a volleyball player, a swimmer. Salida Nichols in lane 3, a golfer who enjoys fishing as we race our way on down here. Local champs from Chicago, Henderson, and Stafford County are across the finish line.
All right, results from Phase 1 for Heat 820. And it comes down to Logan Senholtz-Linder leading the way. Now, the pack is very closely behind him. Aubrey Gresko at .013 and Salida Nichols at .014. So this should make for great racing when they hit phase number 2.
Heat 821 is next. Phase 1, lane 1, car 13 from Des Moines, Iowa, Warren Mead. Mead in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 16 from Avon, Indiana, Shelton Taylor. Taylor in lane 2, and in lane number 3, it's car number 9 of Jamison Cook from Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Cook in lane number 3. And we're off and racing. You got Mead in lane 1, Taylor in lane 2, Cook in lane 3. Future pilot, future doctor or soccer player, future field medic in the military. Across lanes 1, 2, and 3 here. 2 champs from Region 4 on the outside lanes, a champ from Region 5 in the middle lane. They cross the finish line there.
First phase results for heat number 821, and it looks like Shelton Taylor is taking the lead, followed closely behind by 3/1000ths of a second is Warren Mead and Jamison Cook at .019.
So we stand by for more cars now. We thank Danny's Bistro for the great lunch, bringing it down for us from topside. Celebrating National Hot Dog Day properly for all the volunteers. So Danny's Bistro prepared all the volunteers' hot dogs. If you want to celebrate properly, Thai Dog is right down there between Papa John's and Ohio's Best Lemonade, taking good care of everybody today.
All right, looks like we got Heat 820 Phase 2 loading in the ramps right now. In lane 1, car number 26, Salida Nichols. In lane 2, car number 7, Logan Sinholtz Linder. And in lane 3, car number 3, Aubrey Gresco.
No. Dennis wanted a copy of this.
Cars around the hill.
All right, the times are in for heat number 820 Phase 2. And the win is Logan Stenholtz Linder, followed closely behind by Salida Nichols at .018. And following at .039 is Aubrey Gresco.
Here we go. On track now, we've got Heat 821, Phase 2, Lane 1, Car 9 of Jamison Cook. Cook in Lane 1, Lane 2, Car 13 of Warren Mead. Mead in Lane 2, and in Lane number 3, it's Car 16 of Shelton Taylor. Taylor in Lane number 3. Come across the finish line. It was a close first phase. 3/1000 separated Mead and Taylor, and it looked close again between those two.
And the data is coming in for heat 821, phase number 2. And the lead has been switched from Shelton Taylor over to Warren Mead. Warren Mead, of course, leading the way, and such a close margin. .001. That's as close as you can get without having a dead heat or a dead phase. Jamison Cook not too far off the lead at .044.
I want to thank again everybody watching along on YouTube today. Brandy says, shout out to all the staff and volunteers out there today, and I'll second that. Thank you to all of our volunteers, topside, start line, bridge crew, run out especially, and especially now that the sun's finally coming out. Appreciate all their help. The Derby staff here, we just saw Dennis Van Fossen Jr. up here on the bridge a minute ago. His whole staff doing an excellent job putting on this event this week. Well, thank our board of directors as well, and not just because the chair of the board is standing right behind me at the moment, but Jill Colasar and the board of directors, thank you for everything that you do as well. Heat 819, phase 2 coming up, lane 1. It's car number 6 of Logan Webb. Webb in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 14 of Justin Riggs. Riggs in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car number 8 of Emma Gable. Gable in lane number 3. Heat 819, phase 2 getting set to go. Some of these volunteers, you know, I think we all know it here on the grounds, and if you've been to the All-American, you know it, but there are volunteers that have been here for weeks volunteering to put this event on. There are people like me that just show up on Saturday and start rolling, but there are people that have been here for weeks and weeks and weeks to make sure this event is a success, and we appreciate their hard work. We appreciate everybody for all their help in making this happen, as we are off and racing in Heat 819, phase 2. Logan Webb in lane 1, Justin Riggs in lane 2, Emma Gable in lane 3. Heat leader after one phase was Emma Gable with a .016. Logan Webb, .035 to make up as they are across the finish line. Lou will have those results in just a moment.
Some very close racing here. Of course, once again, we're looking at Heat 819 and phase number 2. Will Emma Gable advance? It looks like she will. Taking phase number 2. Close competition, though, by 14 one-thousandths of a second. It's Logan Webb, and .036 off the mark is Justin Riggs.
Standing by for cars now at the starting line. Glad you're with us on YouTube today and here at Derby Downs. Jason Sokol, Lou Snodgrass, Allison Pankoff with you, and it's been a great day of racing so far. And now it's about to become, maybe, hopefully, a sunny day of racing here at Derby Downs. Hopefully for us, I guess, maybe not so much for everybody that's out in the sun. But glad to see the rain hopefully moving out, hopefully for good, although it looked like, looking at the radar, some off and on weather throughout the day. Hopefully that'll stay away and we can get this thing wrapped up with dry conditions.
It looks like the track is starting to dry up a little bit, too.
Filling down our local Masters division right now. Stock into the later rounds. Super stock should be getting going here shortly. As we roll along here in our local challenge. Day 2 of a big week of racing here at Derby Downs. Yesterday, the Rally Challenge, local challenge today. Tomorrow, the All-Star Race. We take the top rally winners from each region along with 6 wildcard entries among top winners across the rally world, and they will race each other in each division tomorrow. And that's a fun one because sometimes, you know, it's a little bit of a split. You've got some really strong champs that are qualified as rally champs. You've got some really strong champs that are qualified as local champs. That's their opportunity to race against each other here at Derby Downs. So it doesn't matter if you're rally or local in terms of what you're here for this week. You'll race against each other in the All-Star Race here tomorrow. Also, our legacy competition. That is the Go Fast class around here at Derby Downs. So excited for that one tomorrow. Topside show tomorrow from 4 to 6, open to the public. Everybody's chance to check out these cars, check out Topside as we get ready for the 87th running of the First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby on Saturday. Cars in the ramps now for our next heat. This will be Heat 820, an elimination phase in the Local Masters Challenge. Lane 1, it's car number 3 of Aubrey Gresco. Gresco in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 26 of Salida Nichols. Nichols in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car number 7 of Logan Senholtz-Linder. Senholtz-Linder in lane 3, your heat leader after 2 phases. Getting those champs loaded in at the starting line, waiting for, looks like we've got hatches closed now. Who's going to move on to our next round? Will it be our volleyball player, our swimmer, our golfer, or our future expert sleep coach? We're off and racing. Gresco in lane 1, Nichols in lane 2, Senholtz-Linder in lane 3. Who's it going to be? Senholtz-Linder, your heat leader by a .018 over Salida Nichols. Aubrey Gresco right there, .039, back in lane 1. They're across cleanly. Lou will have those results here in a moment.
And it'll be Logan Senholtz-Linder. Moving on to the next round in that number 7 car. Great races from Salida Nichols, just .02 off the mark and .07 from the win, .074 off the lead for Aubrey Gresco.
Heat 821, phase 3 coming up next. Lane 1, it's car 16 of Shelton Taylor. Taylor in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car number 9 of Jamison Cook. Cook in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 13 of Warren Mead. Mead in lane number 3. And after 2 phases, we have a gap of just 1/1000th of a second separating Warren Mead from Shelton Taylor at the top of this heat. Jamison Cook still well in this one too, .044. Just about set to go here between the champs of Indianapolis, Columbia, and Greater Des Moines. And they are racing. It's Taylor in lane number 1, Cook in lane 2, Mead in lane 3. Mead with 1/1000th on Shelton Taylor for the lead. Jamison Cook right in there as well. Out to find out who is moving on between Shelton, Jamison, and Warren. There they go across the finish line.
Those results from Heat 821 coming up momentarily here. Who will advance? And it will be Warren Mead moving on to the next round. As expected, we had a close race with Shelton Taylor at .017, and Jamison Cook clocked in at .068.
So we've got a bit of a wait for cars here. Super Stock's about to be starting here in a few minutes. It will be another Masters phase set to go first. Guys. Yep, I still have 821 seats. Yeah, me too. Heat 819, phase 3 coming up next. Lane 1, car 8 of Emma Gable. Gable in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car number 6 of Logan Webb. Webb in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 14 of Justin Riggs. Riggs in lane number 3. for hatches to close. Elimination phase in our local Masters Challenge. We are racing in Heat 819 Phase 3. Gable lane 1, Webb lane 2, Riggs in lane 3. Future elementary teacher or pediatric orthopedist there in lane 1. Gable, your heat leader by .014 over Logan Webb, .036 over Justin Riggs. As they race down and cross the finish line.
As Jason mentioned, this is an elimination round. It's Heat 819. And let's see, here it is. Emma Gable will advance to the next round. Very close race. 2 1,000ths off the mark. Logan Webb and .06, 6/10 of a second behind was Justin Riggs.
Well, you expect close racing in the Masters division, and that's exactly what we got out of that one. Great racing between Gable and Webb and Riggs in that heat. Checking out our YouTube chat here. The Stagnaro family. Good to hear from the Stagnaro family checking in, rooting on the Grescos. Freeze Up says, great racing, Aubrey. Caitlin says, go Jason, my favorite. That's one of my students at John Carroll. Now, do I have to give them extra credit? Is that how Lou, am I supposed to do that?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Is that what we're going to do? Any John Carroll students dropping their names in chat get extra credit? I don't know.
Well, at least give them a little recognition.
Next up, it'll be our first heat of the day in Super Stock. Heat 751, Phase 1. Lane 1, it is car number 138 from Akron, Ohio, Meredith Brown. Brown in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 141 from South Williamsport, Pennsylvania, Garrett Hartman. Hartman in lane number 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 147 from Culpeper, Virginia, Penny Bryant. Bryant in lane number 3, those champs off and racing.
Hartman rocking those rubber ducks on his 141 car.
Very
we gotta
nice.
love that.
They come across the line here. Both Hartman and Bryant, their first time racing here at the All-American Soapbox Derby. Great to have them here in Akron this week.
And as Penny Bryant taking this first phase of heat number 751, followed closely by Meredith Brown with 9 1,000ths of a second difference and .038 Garrett Hartman.
Next up, Heat 752 in the local Superstock Challenge. Lane 1, it's car 155 from Fredericksburg, Virginia, Charlie Jans. Jans in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 124 from Staten Island, New York, Duya Kane. Kane in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 130 from Worcester, Ohio, Olivia Hartzler. Hartzler in lane 3. Often racing between Jans, Kane, and Hartzler. The champs of Stafford County, Staten Island, and Tuscarawas County cross the finish line.
It's Olivia Hartzler from Tuscarawas County. taking this first phase of Heat 752, followed closely behind by Charlie Jans. And at point 082, Duya Kane.
Heat 753, phase 1 coming up next. Lane 1, it'll be car 134 from Marion, North Dakota. It's Katie Harris. Harris in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 110 from Rockingham, Virginia. Ava Finley. Finley in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 140 from Frewsburg, New York. Skylar Sweatman. Sweatman in lane 3. These champs on track. The champs of Valley City, Harrisonburg, and Jamestown going at it here in the first round of the local Superstock Challenge. Skylar Sweatman, first phase in competition here in All-American Week. First time here as an All-American champ. They race down towards the finish. I like that paint job on the 110 car of Ava Finley. The Lightning McQueen paint job on there.
Kind of what it looks like. Okay, the data just came in. And it's Ava Findlay leading this first phase of Heat 753. Close race here. Skylar Sweatman at point 022 and at point 036 is Katie Harris.
Got to send a shout out to Ava Finley. Ava was up here helping us out yesterday as a part of Bridge Crew.
That's right up really nice.
So we wait for those cars to make their way down the hill there. Say hello to Brian over in the chat saying, let's go Meredith. Ginny says, Let's go out of Vermeesh. Queen Elsa says, it's Paige from California. Miss racing. Wish I could do it again. Glad you're with us today at any rate. Gary says, go Nathan. We got to go Cameron in there as well. So from 989 feet away using binoculars, that looks like maybe stock coming down the hill. If it is stock, that should be championship heat time as well. So we'll see who makes it to the start line first. Okay, rolling in right now. At the starting line right now, the championship heat for the local stock challenge. It is lane number 1, car 315 of Blake Elston. Elston in lane 1. Out of Centennial, Colorado. Lane 2, it's car 355 of Anna Blakeman from Bowling Green, Kentucky. Blakeman in lane 2. Lane number 3, it's car 331. From Plymouth, Minnesota, Garrett Kilby. Kilby in lane number 3. Getting ready to figure out who's going to be the champion of the local stock challenge. Phase 1 on track right now. Elston in lane 1. Blakeman in lane 2. Kilby in lane number 3. Two champs from Region 4. What a week Region 4 is having thus far. They had 6 of the podium finishers out of 9 yesterday. Will they get another win today? We crossed the finish line. So it was 6 out of 9 coming into today. It's going to be 8 out of 12 by the time this one's over.
All right, we're looking at Heat 728, phase number 1. And it looks like Garrett Kilby out of Des Moines, Iowa, is leading the way on this one, not too far behind Blake Elston. And still in the game, it's Anna Blakeman at .024. That's like a quarter of a second. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Hey, before we get to the next heat, I was checking in on the YouTube chat, and Stephanie Finley checking in and saying Ava's Lightning McQueen car is in honor of her classmate who was killed in a car accident. Her classmate's name was Jose, and that Lightning McQueen paint job is done in his honor out here this week. So wanted to pass that along to everybody as we are watching Heat 751 Phase 2 on track. Penny Bryant, lane 1. Meredith Brown, lane 2. Garrett Hartman in lane 3. Close between these 3 champs. 9/1000 separated leader Penny from second place Meredith after that first phase.
Heat 751, phase 2 action, and we find Penny Bryant leading the way. By 2/100ths of a second, it's Meredith Brow. And not too far off the mark, it's .036 for Garrett Hartman.
Heat 754, phase 1 is next. Lane 1, it's car 118 of Ethan Elston out of Centennial, Colorado. Elston in lane 1. Lane 2, car 115 from Enfield, Connecticut, Harrison Van Salisbury. Van Salisbury in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car 158 from Council Bluffs, Iowa, Emma Roseland. Roseland in lane 3. Halfway home between Elston, Van Salisbury, and Roseland. Round number 1 of our local Superstock Challenge. Ethan said here, among favorite activities, building a 1932 Ford Model A with his dad. Wow, very cool.
And Emma Roseland pulls out the win on this phase, followed very closely by Ethan Elston with a 4/1000th margin. And by .164, it is Harrison Van Salisbury off the mark.
Next up, it'll be Heat 752, Phase 2. In Lane 1, it's car 130 of Olivia Hartzler. Hartzler in Lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 155 of Charlie Jans. Jans in Lane 2. And Lane 3, it's car 124 of Duya Kane. Kane in Lane 3. They're off in racing. 10/1000 separated Hartzler in Lane 1 from Jans in Lane 2. In that first phase, Kane's still there, .082 back. Wow, well within striking distance as they race their way in front of the grandstands.
And the times have just come in. It is Olivia Hartzler still leading the way. And at .182, we have Duya Kane, and .067 for Charlie Jans.
We see Ella Abbott chiming in with a go Charlie for Charlie Jans there. Yeah. Heat 755, Phase 1 next. Lane 1, it's car 135 from Schwenksville, Pennsylvania, Leah Callahan. Callahan in Lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 105 from Lyons, Georgia, Isaac Pickles. Pickles in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it's car 103 from Ocala, Florida, Isabella Holiday. Holiday in lane number 3. You know, I appreciate the pronunciation keys, even though it look obvious. No, but like yeah. Also, when I'm mistaken, all sports Off in racing, Callahan in lane 1, Pickles in lane 2, Holiday in lane 3. Champ from Percy, the champ from Lyons, the champ from Ocala crossing the finish line right now. Isaac told us wants to be a derby dad, a veterinarian, or a bull rider.
Okay, we have the results in from this very first phase of Heat 755. And it looks like Isabella Holiday is leading the way on this one by 9/1000ths of a second. It's Leah Callahan. And 1/4 of a second, it's Isaac Pickles. So phase two should be a very interesting race for these young champs.
$7:56 phase one set to go. Lane one, it is going to be car 121 from Roscoe, New York, Karen Seacamp. Seacamp in lane one. Lane two, it's car 143 from Conneaut, Ohio, Abby Estock. Estock in lane two, and lane three is car 125 from Columbia, Missouri, Jack Sheffer. Sheffer in lane three. Coming down towards the halfway marker are Seacamp, Estock, and Sheffer. Seacamp, a fan of soccer, track being outside. Abby says softball and rally racing. Sheffer, a fan of camping, derby, hiking, and fishing.
Results are in from the first phase of Heat 756, and that win goes to Abby Estock. Followed closely by 9/1000ths of a second is Karen Seacamp, and .017 for Jack Scheffler.
Heat 753, phase two coming your way next. Lane one, car 140 of Skylar Sweatman. Sweatman in lane one. Lane two, it's car 134 of Katie Harris. Harris in lane two. And in lane three, it's car 110 of Ava Findlay. Findlay in lane three. Those champs are on track. Heat leader after one phase was Ava Findlay, who's now in lane number three. Skylar Sweatman in lane one, now .022 behind. Katie Harris in lane two. Needs to close a gap of .036. Racing down for a finish here in 753 phase two.
.752 phase two goes to Ava Findlay, remaining out in the lead by 0.015. It is Katie Harris, and .031 for Skylar Sweatman.
Phase two of the championship heat in the stock division on the starting line right now. Lane one, it's car 331 of Garrett Kilby. Kilby in lane one. Lane two, it's car 315 from Centennial, Colorado, Blake Elston. Elston in lane two. And lane three, it's car 355 of Anna Blakeman. Blakeman in lane three. Often racing in phase two of the championship heat for the stock division. Garrett Kilby in lane one was your heat leader after that first phase. 9/1000ths of an advantage on Blake Elston. Only 24/1000ths back to Anna Blakeman. Good competitive racing here in the championship heat of the stock division. There they are across the finish line. I'll have the results for you in just a moment. And through two phases, give the lead to Garrett Kilby. Kilby, your heat leader after two. With a .020 back to Blake and a .039 back to Anna Blakeman. So Garrett Kilby has the lead after two phases in the championship heat of the stock challenge. Heat 751, phase three, an elimination phase for Superstock. Lane one, it'll be car 141 of Garrett Hartman. Hartman in lane one. Lane two, car 147 of Penny Bryant. Bryant in lane two. And in lane three, it's car 138 of Meredith Brown. Brown in lane three. So Hartman, Bryant, and Brown making their way down to the finish. They cross the line. So between our fan of golf, fishing, and hunting, our fan of crafting, Legos, reading, and Formula One, and our fan of napping and goat whispering in lane 3, Meredith Brown.
It is Garrett Hartman moving on to the next round. Look for Garrett in heat 770. We had a very close race here by 1/10 of a second behind. It's Penny Bryant, and off the lead by .018, it was Meredith Brown.
Heat 754, phase 2 coming your way next. Lane 1 is car 158 of Emma Roseland. Roseland in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 118 of Ethan Elston. Elston in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 115 of Harrison Van Salisbury. Van Salisbury in lane 3. And we're racing. Roseland in lane 1. Elston in lane 2. Van Salisbury in lane 3. Roseland, your heat leader by 4 1/1000ths over Ethan Elston. About a 10.5 back to Harrison Van Salisbury. There's the finish line for Roseland, Elston, and Van Salisbury.
Emma Roseland manages to hold on to her lead after 2 phases in heat 754 by a difference of .013 for Ethan Elston, and back by 362.362 for Harrison Van Salisbury.
Heat 757, phase 1 set to go next. Lane 1, car 160 from Brooklyn, New York, Catherine Ruggieri. Ruggieri in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 139 from Fishers, Indiana, Davis Hinkle. Hinkle in lane 2, and in lane number 3, it's car 114 from Oviedo, Florida, Clayton Carr. Carr in lane 3. The champs from Brooklyn, Indianapolis, and Sanford over the tunnel and in front of the grandstand here. Our future computer engineer, future pharmacist, and future crane operator are across the finish line.
Taking the lead in this heat 757 after the first phase, it's Davis.
Heat 758, phase 1 next. Lane 1, car 128 from Federalsburg, Maryland, Nathaniel Merrican. Merrican in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 123 from Holton, Maine, Aiden Sear. Sear in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 154 from Pottstown, Pennsylvania, Adeline Vermeesh. Vermeesh in lane 3, working their way down here in the first round of the local Superstock Challenge. Nathaniel, a fan of fishing, drawing Legos, and writing stories. Aiden, a bike rider. Adeline, a skier, a snorkeler.
Results are in, and it's as expected, a very close race. Adlin Vermeesh out in front, taking this first phase, followed closely by Nathan American at .003, and 1/10 off the pace is Aiden Sir.
And we're checking in here on the YouTube chat. Courtney Parent checking in saying, Aiden Sear, the third generation of the Shooting Star. Aiden's great-grandfather raced with the original Shooting Star, and Aiden's father raced with the Shooting Star Chaser. Very cool. 7:52, phase 3 on track. Duya Kane, lane 1. Olivia Hartzler, lane 2. Charlie Jans in lane 3. The champs of Staten Island, Tuscarawas County, and Stafford County in this one. Through 2 phases, it was Olivia Hartzler with a .067. We'll stand by for results from Lou.
And those results are in. It's going to be Olivia Hartzler moving on to the next round. Good showings by Duya Kane at .261 and .105 off the mark for Charlie Jans.
Heat 7:55, phase 2 coming up next. Lane 1, it's car 103 of Isabella Holiday. Holiday in lane 1. Lane 2, car 135 of Leah Callahan. Callahan in lane 2. Lane 3, it's car 105 of Isaac Pickles. Pickles in lane number 3. They are on track now. Phase 1 of this one went to Isabella Holiday, who's now in lane number 1 by 9 1/1000ths over Leah Callahan. It was .025 back to Isaac Pickles. Close between those 3.
It's Isabella Holiday holding on to her lead after 2 phases in heat number 5755. Closely followed by Leah Callahan at .008. That's 8 1/1000ths. And at .053, it is Isaac Pickles.
Next up, we've got Heat 756, Phase 2. Lane 1, it's car 125 of Jack Sheffer. Sheffer in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 121 of Karen Seacamp. Seacamp in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 143 of Abby Estock. Estock in lane number 3. We are off and racing in this one. Sheffer lane 1 with a .017 to make up. Karen Seacamp .009. Behind Abby Estock, your phase 1 leader. So Sheffer, Seacamp, and Estock are across the finish line.
Abby Estock managing to hold on to her lead after 2 phases in heat 756. But close on her tail is Karen Seacamp with a 4 1/1000ths different at .051. We find Jack Scheffler.
Heat 753, elimination phase next for these 3 champs. Lane 1, it's going to be car 110 of Ava Finley. Finley in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 140 of Skylar Sweatman. Sweatman in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 134 of Katie Harris. Harris in lane number 3. We're off and racing. Finley, Sweatman, and Harris. Finley, your heat leader after 2 phases. .015, the advantage over Katie, .031. Back to Skylar. There's the finish line. Ava told us she's going to try out for the basketball team this fall. We wish her the best of luck with that.
Ava Findlay manages to hold on and take heat 753. Look for her to continue to race in heat 770 coming up in a little bit. Very close race, though. Kudos going out to Katie Harris, off the mark by 16 one-thousandths of a second. And it's Skylar Sweatman at .041.
Next up, championship phase, championship heat. This is it for the local stock challenge championship. Lane 1, it'll be car 355 of Anna Blakeman. Blakeman in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 331 of Garrett Kilby. Kilby in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 315 of Blake Elston. Elston in lane number 3. Often racing here for the championship of the local stock challenge. Kilby is in lane 2 right now. He was your heat leader after 2 phases. The gap was .020 back to Blake, .039 back to Anna. Who's taking home the championship? We're about to find out. Here are your results in reverse order. Third place in the local stock challenge goes to Anna Blakeman of Bowling Green. Blakeman in third place. Second place goes to Blake Elston from Monument. Elston, second place, which means your 2025 local stock challenge champion from Greater Des Moines, Iowa, Garrett Kilby. Kilby is the champion. The final margin, .057 over Blake Elston and .060 over Anna Blakeman. Garrett Kilby, your champion in the local stock challenge, the third challenge championship of the week for Region 4, who is having a tremendous week here at Derby Downs. Move on to local super stock challenge racing now. Cars on track. Lane 1, it's car 115 of Harrison Van Salisbury. Van Salisbury in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 158 of Emma Roseland. Roseland in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 118 of Ethan Elston. Ethan Elston in lane 3. Roseland was your heat leader. See how much that phase result changes things here in just a moment.
Moving on to the next round, it'll be Ethan Elston. Harrison Van Salisbury at .489 and Emma Roseland at .026.
Heat 757, phase 2 is next. Lane 1, car 114 from Oviedo, Florida, Clayton Carr. Carr in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 160 from Brooklyn, New York, Catherine Ruggieri. Ruggieri in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 139 from Fishers, Indiana, Davis Hinkle. Hinkle in lane number 3. They are racing in this one. Carr lane 1, Ruggieri lane 2, Hinkle your heat leader in lane number 3. Took the first phase by .047. It looks like we had a guardrail hit there in lane 1 for Clayton Carr. They all make it across the finish line. So lane judge is confirming that guardrail hit for Clayton Carr in lane number 1.
Here are the results for Heat 757, Phase 2. Davis Hinkle out in front, followed by Catherine Regari at .239 and Clayton Carr at .258.
Off and racing in our next phase. This is 758 Phase 2. Adeline Vermeesh in lane 1. Nathaniel American in lane 2. Aiden Sear in lane number 3. Vermeesh, your heat leader by 3 1/1000ths after that first phase. Aiden Sear, a tenth of a second behind Adeline, cleanly across the finish line for those 3 champs.
Phase 2 results coming up for Heat 758. Takes us a little bit of time to make sure everything's right. And here it is. It is Nathaniel American leading the way after 2 phases in Heat 758, followed up by Aiden Vermeesh at .047 and .207 for Aiden Sear.
Championship heat of the Masters. Time for the championship heat in the local Masters Challenge. Lane 1, it's car number 8 from Livingston Manor, New York, Emma Gable. Gable in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car number 7 from St. Charles, Illinois, Logan Senholtz-Linder. Senholtz-Linder in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car 13 from Des Moines, Iowa, Warren Mead. Mead in lane number 3. Getting those Masters champs situated up there, and we are racing for the championship in our local Masters Challenge. Emma Gable in lane 1, Logan Senholtz-Linder in lane 2, Warren Mead in lane 3. Local champs from Liberty, Chicago, and Greater Des Moines on their way past the grandstand, getting ready to cross the finish line. There they go. And I'll have the results for you in just a moment. This championship. And in phase 1, it goes to Logan Senholtz-Linder. Logan Senholtz-Linder took the phase with a .011 over Warren Mead and a .019 over Emma Gable. Logan Senholtz-Linder takes phase 1 of the championship heat in the local Masters Challenge. .755 phase 3 on the starting line next. Lane 1, it's car 105 of Isaac Pickles. Pickles in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 103 of Isabella Holiday. Holiday in lane 2. Lane 3 is car 135 of Leah Callahan. Callahan in lane 3. And these three champs on track. Pickles lane 1. Holiday, your heat leader after 2 phases in lane 2. But the gap to Leah Callahan in lane 3 is only 8 1/1000ths of a second. Halfway home for Pickles, Holiday, and Callahan. We're about to find out who makes it to the next round.
It's Isabella Holiday taking the lead and taking phase 3 and all of heat 755. Just to show you how close the margin was, 2 1/1000ths of a second over Leah Callahan and .071 for Isaac Pickles.
Next up, heat 756, phase 3, lane 1, car 143 of Abby Estock. Estock in lane 1. Lane 2, it is car 125 of Jack Sheffer. Sheffer in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 121 of Karen Seekamp. Seekamp in lane number 3. Two phases down in this one. The gap from first to second is a .004. So Abby, Jack, and Karen on track now. Abby with that lead of 4 1/1000ths. Over Karen. Jack not too far behind either, a .051. They've crossed the halfway marker. They get ready to come over the tunnel. Our future nurse, pilot or engineer, and architect finish up their heat.
And it's Abby Estock managing to hold on to take the lead in all of heat 756. Close race indeed by 15 1/1000ths of a second. It was Karen Seekamp, .110 for Jack Scheffler.
So as we wait for cars here, another great day of racing here at Derby Downs. Region 4 just got another one a few moments ago in the local stock challenge. Make it 3 for 4 for them. They've got a chance to go 4 for 5 in the local Masters challenge here in a moment. Local Masters Challenge, the first one all week that hasn't had 2 champs from Region 4 in the championship heat. I asked Allison Pankoff yesterday, what's in the water in Colorado? Maybe I should have been a little bit more broad than that. What's in the water what are you guys doing in Region 4 that's leading to all of this success?
It's a really good question, but we just drive very far to do as much racing as possible. So I think we're really, really passionate about what we do. And these kids love the Derby.
That they do. And you're right, Region 4 is a pretty far-flung region. So, and then you got to drive your cars here to race in the All-Americans. So, you're going to do it, right? More cars on the ramps. Heat 759, Phase 1 is next. Lane 1, car 117 from Woodstock, Illinois, Logan Smith. Smith in lane number 1. Lane number 2, it's car 111. From Dallas, Georgia, Caroline Bradbury. Bradbury in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 127. From Central Greenwich, New Brunswick, Canada, Kara McInerney. McInerney in lane 3. So Smith, Bradbury, and McInerney set to go. Second time today we've seen a member of our international contingent getting on track. Couple champs from Canada here this year. Glad to have them. St. John represented here, the St. John local. Also have a champ here from the Tyne Valley local. Off and racing. Smith lane 1, Bradbury lane 2, McInerney in lane number 3. Got a future metal worker in lane 1, Smith. Future computer scientist in Bradbury in lane 2. Someone who wants to work with children in lane 3, and Kara McInerney. All 3 champs across the finish line.
Results are in from that first phase of Heat 759. And Logan Smith steps out and takes the lead, followed by Carolyn Bradbury off by .059 and Kara McInerney at .083.
Heat 758 elimination phase on track right now. Aiden Sear in lane 1. Adeline Vermeesh in lane 2. Nathaniel American in lane 3. American, your heat leader after 2 phases. The advantage .047 over Vermeesh. .207 back to Aiden Sear. And here they come to the finish line. They cross. There they go. Champs from Holton, Pottstown, and Federalsburg finishing up their first round matchup.
And it is Nathaniel American taking Heat 758 off by a margin of .074. It's Aiden Vermeesh and Aiden Sear at .256.
Heat 760 set to go next. Lane 1, it is car 109 from the Bronx, New York, Gabriel Perez. Perez in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 129 from Madisonville, Kentucky, Ginny Garrett. Garrett in lane 2, and in lane number 3, it's car 146 from Lafayette, Indiana, Evan Ashley. Ashley in lane 3. They're racing Perez lane 1, Garrett lane 2, Ashley in lane 3. Perez wants to be an NBA basketball player, if not a coach or a music teacher. Ginny wants to compete in archery at the Olympics. Evan Ashley wants to be an engineer. So here come the champs from South Bronx, Madisonville, and Greater Lafayette.
And phase 1 goes to Ginny Garrett of Madisonville. Heat 760 action for phase 1 also includes the .062 for Evan Ashley and .086 for Gabriel Perez.
Being told there was a lane line violation against lane number 2. They will be looking at that and likely assessing a penalty against the champ in lane 2 in that last phase.
Okay. We wouldn't get it on a refresh then. Nope. Hey, I'm just going to exit and go to 761.
Yeah, if I see it.
And if you see it, you okay.
Heat 761, phase 1 coming up next. Lane 1, it's car 150 from Commando Island, Washington. Ben Grabski in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 133 of Henry Len. Len in lane 2, and in lane number 3, it's car 157 of Emberly Heminger. Heminger in lane 3. Off and racing here. Grabski in lane 1, Len in lane 2. Heminger in lane 3. I got to send a shout out to Ben Grabski. Only badge I have on my lanyard at the moment. The only champ that I got a badge from so far this week is Ben Grabski. They're all changed. Now that I say that, I'm probably going to get a few more. But thank you to Ben for giving me a badge on my way out of State of the Derby the other night.
This is phase 1 action for Heat 761, and the data has come in. Whoa, we have a dead phase. So what does that mean? It means Benjamin Grabski and Henry Lenz both came in at the same time, but just a little bit off the lead, .026 was Emberly Heminger. So this should make for an interesting run on phase 2.
Next up is Heat 822, Phase 2, Championship Heat for the Local Masters Challenge. Lane 1, it's car 13 of Warren Mead. Mead in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car number 8 of Emma Gable. Gable in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car number 7 of Logan Senholtz-Linder. Senholtz-Linder in lane 3. Championship Heat for the Local Masters Challenge. Getting them ready to go. And we are racing. Mead in lane 1, Gable in lane 2, Senholtz-Linder in lane number 3. Logan Senholtz-Linder won the first phase by .011 over Warren, .019 over Emma. The local champs from Greater Des Moines, Liberty, and Chicago battling it out for a championship here. As they go across, we'll see how that result changes things. Oh, we are going to have a fun phase 3 in this one. Oh my, Warren Mead is going to be your heat leader after 2 by 4 1,000s over Emma Gable and 5 1,000s over Logan Senholtz Linder. That is going to be one to watch here in a little bit. Mead will be your heat leader after 2 by .004 over Emma, .005 over Logan. Heat 762 coming up next. Lane 1, car 161 of Matthew Blakeman. Blakeman in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 145 of Georgia Ray Bolger. Bolger in lane 2 out of Coleman, Prince Edward Island, Canada. And in lane 3, car 116 of Wyatt Rollman. Rollman from Grand Blanc, Michigan in lane 3. Racing in 762, Blakeman in lane 1, Bolger in lane 2, Rollman in lane 3. A future musician or music producer in lane 1, future fitness trainer, dietitian or nutritionist in lane 2, and future, he doesn't know yet, he's in 5th grade, he's still working on it, is Wyatt Rollman. They cross the finish line.
And the information is going to come in for this first phase of Heat 762. And sometimes we have a delay because we want to make sure things are certified and correct.
Heat 757, phase 1, set to go next. We're about to see Catherine Ruggieri in lane 1, Davis Hinkle in lane 2, and Clayton Carr in lane 3. Watching along on YouTube, we'll say hello to the Tyne Valley contingent watching along. Glad you're with us here today. Standing by as we get a couple things straightened around here. Reminder, tomorrow, the All-Star race here at Derby Downs. Always exciting to see the top champs from the rally circuit going at it. Top 18 will go at it. Top winner from each region, and then they get 6 wild cards. I guess you'd call them, if this was stick and ball sports, I guess you would call them at-large bids, the other 6. But those are always a lot of fun. The Legacy race, always a lot of fun. And then the Topside show, which I always enjoy because I am here on the bridge all week. It's usually the only time. I actually went up once earlier in the week. What day was that? Saturday when I was here. Usually I don't even get up anywhere near Topside until Thursday. So I always enjoy that one, a chance to get up there, see the cars up close, get to say hello to some people, and really have a good time on Thursday night. That is open to the public. So for all the locals, tell your friends to come on out and check it out. Good way to get people excited for Saturday. And if you've got friends in the area, remind them to come out on Saturday. We all know that it's a great show out here on Saturday when we run the All-American Soapbox Derby, but we would love to see more people here. So make sure you tell your friends, come on out. Ticket prices are very reasonable for Saturday, and you can have one heck of a good time out here watching the racing action as we crown world champions here on Saturday. Don't forget about the Vintage Derby Car Show coming up on Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. over at St. Matthew's Church Recreation Center, 2580 Burn Street here in Akron. Here's the move for Friday. Once you got everything squared away with your cars and everything's ready for Saturday, watch Super Kids, go to the Vintage Derby Show. That's what you do. At least that's what I do. We finish up Super Kids, and I head over there to check that out. They're open till 6 p.m. on Friday at the Vintage Derby Car Show. Great way to see some of the history. They also always have really cool t-shirts, but that's just sort of a sidebar, but it's always cool to see those.
I'm going to have to dump out of this.
Off and racing now in 757A, Ruggieri, Hinkle, and Carr. Catherine Ruggieri out of Brooklyn, New York. Davis Hinkle out of Fishers, Indiana. Clayton Carr representing Sanford, Florida. They cross the finish line.
And this first phase of 757, the 139 car comes through for David Hinkle. He's leading the way, just a little bit behind by .028. It is Clayton Carr. Catherine Ruggieri at .074 off the lead.
Up next, it's heat 763, phase 1. Lane 1, it'll be car 113 from Columbus, Georgia, Reese Williams. Williams in lane 1. And lane 3 getting all out of shape up there off the start. That was Nate Crosby. Get off the lane line. Got to be careful. There we go. They get across, but some nervous moments up here. Got to be careful at the finish line. We do have timing equipment out there. Braden Locker was there in lane 2, but the Nate Crosby car in lane 3, car 106. Going to be assessed a lane violation there.
All right, we got that information for you for heat 763. This is phase 2, and it's Braden Locker taking the lead right there, followed up by Reese Williams at .173 and Nate Crosby at .349.
Yeah, another reminder to all the champs here. Please, please, please stay off the lane lines. Not only is it a penalty, if you hit the timing equipment at the finish line, we've got a long delay then as we reset and recalibrate. So please, please, please be really careful on those lane lines. Heat 764, phase 1 on track, lane 1. It is car 149 of Cameron Strahan. Strahan in lane 1. Lane 2 is car 120 of Arliss Douglas from Winchester, Tennessee. Douglas in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 156 from Greenville, Virginia. Jamison Tanner. Tanner in lane 3. As we see the champs from East Elmhurst, Athens, and Roanoke crossing the finish line there.
Okay, that phase 2 action coming in for Heat 764. It is Jamison Tanner. Jamison Tanner leading the way. Off by about a quarter of a second, it is Arliss Douglas. And at .302, it's Cameron Strahan.
So off and racing now in 759 phase 2. This is Kara McInerney in lane 1, Logan Smith in lane 2, and Caroline Bradbury in lane 3. Here they come, McInerney, Smith, and Bradbury crossing the finish line. The champs from St. John's, Chicago, and Chattanooga.
Heat 759, phase 2. It is Logan Smith. Logan Smith and Caroline Bradbury, followed up at .098, and at .134 is Kara McInerney. This one. There's a legacy car and a Masters car. Is that what it is?
On track now, we've got a bye run. A practice run for the Legacy division. A couple of cars that needed test runs making their way down right now. Legacy division in action tomorrow here at Derby Downs.
Okay, they're going to redo the whole thing.
So 760 phase 2 set to go next. Evan Ashley in car 146, lane 1. Gabriel Perez in car 109, lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 129 of Ginny Garrett. Garrett, lane 3. So Often racing now in Heat 760 Phase 2. Ashley in lane 1. Perez in lane 2. Garrett in lane 3. Heat leader after first phase was Evan Ashley by .024. Then Ginny with a .038 in third.
And some very close racing here, but Evan Ashley manages to hold on to her lead after 2 phases in Heat 760, followed up by 8/1000ths of a second behind by Ginny Garrett, and at .06, 0.6 of a second, Gabriel Perez.
761 Phase 2 next. Lane 1, it's car 157 of Emberly Heminger. Heminger in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 150 of Benjamin Grabsky. Grabsky in lane 2. And lane 3, it's car 133 of Henry Len. Len in lane 3. Had a dead phase in phase 1 of this one between Grabsky and Len. Heminger right there, .026 back. There they go. And they are racing. Heminger lane 1. Grabsky lane 2, Len lane 3. Our champs from Lancaster, Camino Island, and Port Jervis. Racing down here. See if we can break that dead phase from phase 1. That it? Yeah, you're good.
Okay, from 761, phase 2, it's Benjamin Grabsky out in front, followed by Henry Len by .024, and off the lead by .059, it's Emberly Heminger.
And now it is time to settle the Local Masters Challenge. Championship Heat Phase 3. Lane 1, it's car 7 of Logan Senholtz Linder. Senholtz Linder in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 13 of Warren Mead. Mead in lane 2. Lane 3, it's car 8 of Emma Gable. Gable in lane 3 for the championship of the Local Masters Challenge. First to third, separated after 2 phases by .005. So this is anybody's championship to win here as we get ready to send them. And they are on track for the championship. Local Masters Challenge, Senholtz Linder in lane 1, Mead in lane 2, Gable in lane number 3. Coming down towards halfway. Mead had the edge through 2. 4 1,000ths back was Emma. 5 1,000ths back was Logan. Who's it gonna be? They cross the finish line. Stand by for those official results. And here we go. Third place goes to Logan Senholtz Linder. Logan Senholtz Linder representing Chicago in third place. Second place goes to Warren Mead representing Greater Des Moines. Mead in second place, which means your 2025 Local Masters Challenge champion representing Liberty, New York, Emma Gable. Emma Gable, your champion. in the local Masters Challenge. Congratulations to Emma. Great racing in this one. The margin of victory, .007 over Warren and .020 over Logan. Congratulations again to Emma Gable, your local Masters Challenge champion. So as Emma celebrates down in the runout area, I got to say, watching these challenge races so far, we've got 5 of the 6 in the books now. I'll tell you what, I am really excited to see what happens here on Saturday. We've got close racing all over the place. Every division so far has been fantastic. So I know it's a little bit different on Saturday when everybody only runs 1 lane per heat, but you know it's going to be good racing when it's this close.
Yeah, we've had several dead phases and at least 1 dead heat so far.
On the ramps we have, and on track now, we have Heat 765, Phase 1. Lane 1, it's car 137 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Diego Juarez. Lane 2, car 101 from Tallahassee, Florida, William Powell. And lane 3, car 131 from Brunswick, Ohio, Grayson Best. So here they come, the champs from Ogallala, Tallahassee, and Cleveland.
All right, the data has come in for Phase 1 of Heat 765, and it finds Diego Juarez out in front. William Powell next at .062, followed up by .125, or an eighth of a second, by Grayson Best.
Next up, it's Heat 766, Phase 1, Lane 1, it's car 112 from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania, Scarlett Venezia. Venezia in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 142 from Belmont, Massachusetts, Billy Loftus. Loftus in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 132 from Petoskey, Michigan, Lewis Dowd. Dowd in lane number 3. As these 3 champs on track now. Venezia wants to be a D1 softball player, a dentist, or a water slide tester. Loftus, a car engineer, a tow truck company owner, or law enforcement. Lewis, a professional basketball player or coach.
All right, we have totals in here now, and it was Lewis Dowd taking this first phase, followed up by Billy Loftus at .03, and at .067, it is Scarlett Venzla. Scarlett. So we have 2 more phases to go. Let's see how it all pans out.
And as we look behind us here, we see the winner's trophy being presented right now in the local Masters Challenge to Emma Gable. We congratulate Emma again for a great race. Yes.
Oh, Emma, what a good job.
Dennis Van Fossen Jr. down there with the winner's trophy and hoodie. Meanwhile, on track, you've got Heat 757, Phase 2. Lane 1, it's Clayton Carr. Lane 2, Catherine Ruggieri. Lane 3, Davis Hinkle. Heat leader after 1 was Davis Hinkle, racing now in lane 3. Those 3 champs are across the finish line clean.
All right, we're waiting waiting for results from phase 2 from heat 757. It was Davis Hinkle leading the way. Let's see if he can maintain that lead. And he can. He maintains the lead through 2 phases, followed up by Clayton Carr at .067 and .188 for Catherine Ruggieri.
.763 phase 2 set to go next. Lane 1, it'll be car 106 of Nate Crosby. Crosby in lane 1. Lane 2, car 113 of Reese Williams. Williams in lane 2. Lane 3, it's car 152 of Braden Locker. Locker in lane 3. Locker, the 2022 Rally Stock World Champion. So Nate, Reese, and Braden on track now. Braden showing the way in this heat by .173 over Reese, .349 over Nate. Nate told us favorite activities, Minecraft, Pokemon, and enjoying his 3 cats, Maisie Claire, Willa Pearl, and Baby Kitty. Nate wants to be a meteorologist. We could have used Nate up here today as we were trying to figure out what the weather was going to do to us.
Braden Locker manages to hold on to his lead, followed up by Reese Williams at .352 and .561 for Nate Crosby. Line and crash into the wall to get this. Is that right?
Yeah. How's the show the photo of this?
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah, that'll do it.
Heat 762, phase 2. Next, lane 1, it's car 116 of Wyatt Rollman. Rollman in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 161 of Matthew Blakeman. Blakeman in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 145 of Georgia Ray Bolger. Bolger in lane 3. They are on track now. Blakeman, your heat leader. Close for second and third between Wyatt and Georgia. Here they come down to the finish. They cross the line there. Looks like it was close between lanes 2 and 3. We'll see what that does to the overall heat standings.
Now, Jason, you mentioned earlier before, from our vantage point, it can look very close as they cross underneath the bridge. Well, we just can't go by that.
Yeah, that's a heavy emphasis on looks like, right?
Right.
The phrase looks like sometimes does more work than other times, but...
Well, we can say that Matthew Blakeman stepped out, and he's now leading Heat 762, followed by Jorge Ray Bolger, or Georgia Ray Bolger, that's right, at .069 and .089 for Wyatt Rollman.
.764, phase 2 set to go. It's Jamison Tanner in car 156 in lane 1. Cameron Strahan in car 149 in lane 2. And Arliss Douglas in car 120 in lane 3. Favorite activities for these champs: Jamison gaming with his father and his friends, riding the golf cart with his sisters and brother, soccer, building Legos, riding bikes, and camping. Cameron, favorite activities: video games, Boy Scouts, playing with friends, and swimming. Arliss, fishing, Boy Scouts, small engine repairs, and eating. Good town to be in if your favorite activity is eating. I'll say that. Racing down here between Jamison, Cameron, and Arliss. After one phase, it was Jamison leading the way by .028.
A lot of groceries. All right. Returns from phase 2 has just come in, and it is Jamison Tanner leading the way, followed closely by Arliss Douglas of Athens at .061, and at .713, it's Cameron Strahan.
And Jamison, we see your local director checking in, Brianna Waldron, saying very proud local director. Heat 759, phase 3 coming up. Lane 1, it's going to be Caroline Bradbury in car 111. Bradbury, lane 1. Lane 2, it's Kara McInerney, part of our Canadian contingent. McInerney in lane 2, and lane 3 is Logan Smith. Smith in lane number 3. Smith, your heat leader, by just under a tenth over Bradbury. Just over a tenth back to Kara McInerney. Here they come in front of the grandstand. Our champs from Chattanooga, St. John's, and Chicago. In the elimination phase of that one.
All right, it will be Logan Smith moving on to the next round. Look for Logan to compete in Heat 773. And coming up at .125 is Carolyn Bradbury and Kara McInerney at .219.
Get set for our next heat. We saw Brianna Waldron checking in on the YouTube chat. I don't know if Brianna remembers this. Brianna's one of the very first Derby champs I ever interviewed when I was just a talk radio windbag here in Akron, before I was even involved with emceeing, opening, or announcing Derby or any of that. And now she's a local director, and I don't know what my official title is around here, but designated Derby windbag? I don't know. I feel like the voice of the Derby will always be Mark Richards. You know, I mean, he was the GOAT. So anyway, 760 phase 3 elimination phase set to go. Ginny Garrett in lane number 1. Evan Ashley in lane number 2. Gabriel Perez in lane number 3. We've got the champs from Madisonville, Greater Lafayette, and South Bronx in an elimination phase right here. 8/1000ths the margin between Garrett and Ashley as they come down for the finish. The judges discussing a guardrail hit here. The ruling is no guardrail.
And it's Jenny Garrett advancing along, winning heat number 760. Back by a quarter of a second is Evan Ashley, and at .085 is Gabriel Perez.
Heat 767 coming your way next. This will be phase 1. Lane 1 is car 153 from Basehor, Kansas, Cooper Plum. Plum in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 159, Juliana Van Harlingen. Van Harlingen in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 107 of Bailey Carr out of Memphis, Tennessee. Carr in lane number 3. These champs representing the Kansas City, North Central Ohio, and Cape Girardeau locals in their first phase. future welder or HVAC worker in lane 1. Juliana wants to start her own coffee shop. Do a good business with that around here this week.
Oh, yeah.
Bailey wants to be a hospice doctor.
It's Bailey Carr from Cape Girardeau winning this phase of Heat 767. A lot more to go, though. Off by a tenth of a second, it's Cooper Plum and .056 for Juliana Van Harlingen.
.761 phase 3 is next. Lane 1, it is car 133 of Henry Len. Lane 2, car 157 of Emmy Heminger. And lane 3, it's car 150 of Ben Grabsky. Here they are. Pretty good heat so far. Grabsky showing the way by .024. See if Grabsky can hang on to that in lane number 3. Or if it'll be Henry or Emmy moving on to round 2. Here they come across the finish line.
And there we go. It's Benjamin Grabsky advancing on to the next round, taking Heat 761, followed up by Henry Len at .062 and .113 for Emily Heminger.
And we've got another request for help in run out. If you're able and willing to help in run out, we sure could use your help right now. Having plenty of people in run out makes things go quicker. One of our goals today, get everybody to their dinner reservations on time, whatever plans you had for tonight. We don't want you to have to break them, but we need your help to keep the program going efficiently. Heat 768, phase 1, set to go next. Lane 1, car 136 from Plymouth, Minnesota, Thomas Kilby. Kilby in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 151 from Erie, Pennsylvania, Caleb Tolbert. Tolbert in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 119 from Walworth, New York, Vinny Delacroix. Delacroix in lane 3. And there they are across the finish line, our future automotive restorer, our future allergist. And Vinny said when we asked him what he wants to do, I don't know. 12 years old, 7th grade.
Yeah, what the heck. All right, let's see.
My career path till I was like a sophomore in college, so.
Well, the information just came in. It's Vince Delacroix. He's leading the way now after one phase, followed up by Thomas Kilby at .2022 and .058 for Caleb Tolbert. Delacroix from the greater Rochester area. They just recently had their Lilac Festival.
Set to go in 765, phase 2 next. Lane 1, car 131 of Grayson Best. Lane 2, car 137, Diego Juarez. And lane 3, car 101 of William Powell. Second phase of Heat 765. Diego Juarez leading the way after the first phase at a .062 on William and a .125 on Grayson. We see our champs from Cleveland, Ogallala, and Tallahassee cross the line. First time I've seen pickleball on a bio card. Diego Juarez. Seems like everywhere you go, there's pickleball courts now, but I think that's the first time I've seen a champ put it on the bio card.
Hey, we got that information in rather quickly, and Diego Juarez is leading the way still after two phases, followed up by .078 off the mark with William Powell. And behind that, it is .209 for Grayson Best.
So as the raindrops start to fall once again here at Derby Downs, 769 phase 1 on track. Lane 1 from Pottsville, Pennsylvania, Jace Thomas Lane 2 from Covington, Kentucky, Morgan Kimmerling. And in lane 3, from Worthington, Ohio, Alexa Fisher. What's our procedure, guys?
Okay, information in now from Heat 769, Phase 1. And it's Alexa Fisher stepping out to take the lead there, followed by Morgan Kimmerling at .098 and .170 for Jace Thomas. We are assessing the weather situation now, and we'll keep you informed. It's sunny out to the east here.
Okay, 766, Phase 2 set to go now. Lewis Dowd in lane 1. Venezia in lane 2. Scarlett Venezia in car 112. Billy Loftus in lane 3. Vicky's asking for verification for where, Dave. You might want to get on a headset. Get on a headset and talk to her. Dowd, Venezia, and Loftus halfway down the track. As they cross the finish line.
And Phase 1 action from Heat 766 finds Lewis Dowd out in front, followed by Billy Loftus at .03 and .067 for Scarlett Venezia.
Elimination phase up next in Heat 757, Phase 3. Lane 1, it's car 139 of Davis Hinkle. Hinkle in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 114 of Clayton Carr. Carr in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 160 of Catherine Ruggieri. Ruggieri in lane 3. So Hinkle, your heat leader after 2 here. .067, the gap back to Clayton. .1882, Catherine. And they come across the finish line. We'll find out who's moving on to the next round.
Hinkle managing to hold on to his lead, advancing to the next round. So taking Heat 757. Off by .133, Clayton Carr, and .310 by Catherine Ruggieri.
Heat 763, Phase 3 coming up. Lane 1, it's car 152 of Braden Locker. Locker, your heat leader in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 106 of Nate Crosby. Crosby in lane 2. In lane number 3, it's car 113 of Reese Williams. Williams in lane number 3. We are off and racing. Locker, your heat leader, by over 0.3 of a second here. So our future firefighter, our future meteorologist, and our future race car driver or engineer getting ready to wrap up Heat 763. They are across the finish line.
Final results in for Heat 763. It's Braden Locker advancing to the next round, followed by Reese Williams at .510 and .804 by Nate Crosby.
Another elimination phase coming up right here. This is Heat 762, Phase 3. Lane 1, it's going to be car 145 of Georgia Ray Bulger. Bulger in Lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 116 of Wyatt Rollman. Rollman in Lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 161 of Matthew Blakeman. Blakeman in lane number 3. So here they come now, Bulger, Rollman, and Blakeman. Blakeman, your heat leader. .069 to the good after 2 phases.
And it will be Matt Blakeman moving on to the next round. Look for Matt to compete again in Heat 774. Off the lead by .085, it was Georgia Ray Bulger and .146 for Wyatt Rollman.
Heat 764, Phase 3 coming up. Lane 1, it's car 120 of Arliss Douglas. Douglas in Lane 1. In Lane 2, it's car 156 of Jamison Tanner. Tanner in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it's car 149 of Cameron Strahan. Strahan in Lane 3. Tanner out front in this one, now racing in lane 2, had an advantage of .061 over Arliss Douglas after 2 phases. They hit the finish line. Lou will get you some results here in a moment.
This being an elimination round, we'll let you know who will advance. And this is Heat 764 for the record. And it will be Jamison Tanner moving on to the next round. Followed up by .092 for Arliss Douglas and clocking in at .965 Cameron Strahan.
Heat 767, Phase 2 coming your way next. It'll be Bailey Carr in car 107 in lane 1, Cooper Plum in car 153 in lane 2, and car 159 of Juliana Van Harlingen in lane number 3. Getting them set now. As the rain picks up again. Here at Derby Downs, they're off and racing. Carr in lane 1, Plum in lane 2, Van Harlingen in lane 3. Carr was your heat leader by .056 over Van Harlingen. Plum a 1/10 of a second off the lead after 1 phase. Bailey Carr, heat leader, a cello player.
Okay, phase 2 results in. Here are the times. In is Bailey Carr leading the way after 2 phases, followed up by Juliana Van Harlingen at .127 and .195 for Cooper Plum.
Heat 768, phase 2 next. Lane 1, car 119 of Vinny Delacroix. Delacroix in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 136 of Thomas Kilby. Kilby in lane 2. Lane 3, car 151 of Caleb Tolbert. Tolbert in lane 3. Steady rainfall now. We're on track. Heat 768, phase 2. A typical Northeast Ohio day, really. We've had a little bit of everything. Rain, sun, wind. We haven't had snow, humidity. I probably shouldn't tempt fate, though. I've lived here long enough to know better. Delacroix, your heat leader after one phase by .022 over Thomas.
And we're looking at Heat 768. Let's see, will Vinny Delacroix be victorious in this phase number 2? And we're getting that information as I speak. He is. Vinny Delacroix holds on to his lead, followed up by Caleb Tolbert at .095 and .053 for Thomas Kilby.
.765 elimination phase, getting set, getting dried off there at the starting line. Lane 1, it's car 101 of William Powell. Powell in lane 1. Lane 2, car 131, Grayson Best. Best in lane number 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 137 of Diego Juarez. Juarez in lane 3. A strong wind coming down. Lots of rain. It is windy. We could see some fast times. That wind looks like it's blowing downhill. Powell, Best, and Juarez. Juarez, your heat leader by .078. And a close phase, elimination phase, but a close one between those three. So we'll stand by for results from Lou, and I'm going to hold his monitor so it doesn't blow over.
There we go. Diego Juarez is victorious. He's taken heat number 765 and will advance. Just behind by 0.6 of a second, William Powell and Grayson Best at .190.
Another delay now, Vicky?
Is that me or is that a tornado siren I hear off in the distance?
And we are going to have a delay. We encourage you to seek shelter in your vehicles. We are going to have a delay for weather at this time. This one's going to be set down. It's not tied to anything. Mounted to anything, so he's got to set it down and then hope the bag doesn't blow away. All right, the rain delay is just about over. The sun is now shining. The weather, I guess, today could be mostly described as mostly Ohio. Rain, sun, wind, humidity. Really, if it snowed, would anybody be surprised at this point? So thank you to all of our Racing and Rally Commission members, volunteers. I saw Dennis Van Fossen down there with a squeegee. Allison, you were down squeegee or shovel? What did they give you down there?
Nothing this year. They didn't want my legs to get puffy this time.
Yeah, there was that one time. So here's what we're going to do when we get back going. We want to ensure a fair chance for all of our champs. So the heats that were in progress at the time of the weather delay, which are 766, 767, 768, and 769, those will be restarted from the start. So all those phase results from 766 through 769 will be wiped out, and we will start those heats over. The other heats in the first round, that is to say 751 through 764, those heats were completed in their entirety. Those results stand. So we'll pick it up from heat 765 through 766 through 769. We'll get those heats done. Then we'll be done with round one. We'll be able to move on to round two. We'll be back racing here at Derby Downs in just a few minutes. We are set for racing here. We have cars in the ramps. Please clear the track immediately. Again, please clear the track immediately. Getting set to go back to racing here. Champs are on board for heat 766 again. We're going to re-rack those 4 heats that did not complete before the weather delay. It's the fairest way to do it ultimately, is to just blow it out and start from scratch on those heats that were in progress. So 766 phase 1, lane 1, it'll be car 112 of Scarlett Venezia. Lane 2 is going to be car 142 of Billy Loftus. Loftus in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 132 of Lewis Dowd. Dowd in lane 3. Set to go. Champs in position. And we are back to racing in the local Superstock Challenge. Scarlett Venezia in lane 1, Billy Loftus in lane 2, Lewis Dowd in lane number 3. The champs of Conshohocken, Arlington, and St. John's here. And so far, so good. In our first heat back after the rain delay, they cross the finish line, and Lou will have results in a moment.
Check, I got it. The results are in, and it is Lewis Dowd stepping out front for phase number 1, followed closely behind by Scarlett Venezia, and then it was Billy Loftus at .058 off the lead.
769 phase 1 coming up next, lane 1. It'll be car 104 of Jace Thomas. Thomas in lane 1. Lane 2, car 122 of Morgan Kimmerling. Kimmerling in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 144 of Alexa Fisher. Fisher in lane number 3. Another one of those heats that we couldn't get finished before the weather came through earlier. There'll be 4 first-round heats we ran from the start. The rest we got finished. So those results stand. Thomas, Kimmerling, and Fisher were interrupted midway, though. So fairest way to do it, take those heats out. And start them from scratch.
And they're in run out when we're looking for our set of times. It is Alexa Fisher leading this first phase, followed by Morgan Kimmerling and Jace Thomas.
Heat 767, phase 1 is next. Lane 1, it's car 153 of Cooper Plum. Plum in lane 1. Lane 2, car 159, Juliana Van Harlingen. Van Harlingen in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 107 of Bailey Carr. Carr in lane number 3. And those 3 champs on track now. You've got Plum in lane 1, Van Harlingen in lane 2, Carr in lane 3. Champs from Kansas City, North Central Ohio, and Cape Girardeau in this one. Three experienced local champs are cleanly across the finish line.
To review, it's Heat 767, and this is phase 1, and the win goes to Bailey Carr. Off the win by about .022, it was Juliana Van Harlingen, and .111 for Cooper Plum.
Heat 768, phase 1 next, lane 1, car 136. It's Thomas Kilby. Kilby in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 151 of Caleb Tolbert. Tolbert in lane 2. And lane 3, car 119 of Vinny Delacroix. Delacroix in lane 3. They are off in racing. Kilby lane 1, Tolbert lane 2, Delacroix in lane 3. They got some track time earlier. Unfortunately, not all 3 phases. So blow them out, start them over. And that's what they did here. This is phase 1, take 2 in Heat 768. A close one between Kilby, Tolbert, and Delacroix. Results in a moment.
And those results just came in. A very close race indeed, but it's Vincent Delacroix taking this particular phase, followed up by 2/1000ths of a second for Thomas Kilby and Caleb Tolbert at .014.
That cool breeze feels good. We wait for wheel swaps now. The rain has moved through. Sunny skies. Well, I guess you'd call, what would you call this? Partly cloudy, if I was a meteorologist. But some peaks of sunshine through there. It says 73 degrees, although I'm guessing if I ask the run-out crew, they say it feels more like 80, 85, 90. The real feel on my little AccuWeather app says 78. You do with that what you will. We thank everybody for sticking around with us here at Derby Downs and for sticking around on YouTube. Still streaming live on the Derby YouTube page. As we're starting to see, just looking down there and eyeballing it, the track's starting to dry off naturally, although a lot of, I guess you'd call it unnatural drying efforts earlier, squeegees, making sure the rail in lane one was up far enough to let the water out. We didn't get the mess that we had last year. If you were here with us last year, you may remember seeing the staff here at Derby Downs having to get the shovels out and dig a creek next to lane one to get all the water off. That didn't happen this year.
Yeah.
Lou was off mic, said, yeah, that's true. I probably shouldn't jinx it. But they were able to get it dried off pretty quick. Allison Pankoff standing next to me saying, let me at it. I'm ready to go. Didn't you just say you had a problem last time you had to dig a creek over there?
Correct.
We should talk about that.
Okay, car's coming down. It looks like about at least 3 heats of cars lining up. Yeah. Well, I can't tell what's. As we see cars being loaded in right now at the starting line. Going to continue with those first round heats that still need to be wrapped up. Only 4 of them.
There were some nervous folks as that weather rolled in because we were in first and second phases in a whole lot of heats as that weather was rolling in. So props to the starting line crew, bridge crew, run-out crew for keeping things moving. We got through. We almost made it. Almost. But not quite. 766 phase 2 next. Car 132 of Lewis Dowd in lane 1. Lane 2, it'll be car 112 of Scarlett Venezia. And in lane 3, it's car 142 of Billy Loftus. Just waiting to get everything back in position here. We'll be racing in phase 2 of the first round of the local Superstock Challenge. Okay, set to go just about here for Dowd, Venezia, and Loftus. Heat 766, phase 2.
There they go.
And we are racing. Dowd is your heat leader after one phase in lane number 1. Venezia in lane 2, 0.026 back. Loftus in lane 3 with a 0.058 deficit to make up. They are across that tunnel in front of the grandstand down to the finish line. Scarlett told us among all of her interests, spending all her parents' money, shopping, and derby racing.
Okay.
I'd say those three things go hand in hand, don't they?
Yeah. At least he's honest about it, right? All right, it is in. It is Lewis Dowd still leading the way. Just behind at 0.061, it is Billy Loftus and Scarlett Valencia at 0.081.
.770 phase 1 on track right now. This is a second round matchup. Lane 1, it's going to be Garrett Hartman in car 141. Lane 2, car 130 of Olivia Hartzler. Lane 3, car 110 of Ava Finley. So far, so good between these three. Hartman, a fan of golf, hunting, and fishing. Hartzler, a fan of dancing, volleyball, hanging out with friends. Ava, a fan of working with fair animals. She has a pig named Buttercup and two lambs named Sneezy and Grumpy.
Okay, we'll have that data coming up for you momentarily here. We're looking at Heat 770, a rerun on this one. This is phase 1 action. All right. So we have Olivia Hartzler stepping out front here in this first phase. A very close race. Separated by 7/1000ths was Ava Findlay. And behind that, it was 0.036 for Garrett Hartman.
Back to the first round, Heat 769, phase 2, lane 1. car 144 of Alexa Fisher. Fisher in lane 1. On track in lane 2, car 104 of Jace Thomas. Thomas in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 122 of Morgan Kimmerling. Kimmerling in lane 3. The local champs from Columbus, Pottsville, and Cincinnati in this heat. Heat leader after 1 was Alexa Fisher by more than a tenth. We'll see what that result does to things.
All right, it's Alexa Fisher still leading the way. Just behind at .140 is Morgan Krummeling and Jace Thomas, clocking in at .434.
Heat 771 next, round 2 action here. Lane 1, car 143 from Conneaut, Ohio is Abby Estock. Estock in lane 1. Lane 2, car 118 of Ethan Elston. Elston in lane 2. And lane 3, car 103 of Isabella Holiday. Holiday in lane number 3. Region 6, Region 4, Region 7 in this one. Second heat of round 2.
Results in already. We have, it's Ethan Elston out in front, followed closely by a margin of 9/1,000. It was Isabella Holiday and Abby Estock at .015.
Heat 767, phase 2 coming your way next. Lane 1, it's car 107 of Bailey Carr. Carr in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 153 of Cooper Plum. Plum in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 159 of Juliana Van Harlingen. Van Harlingen in lane 3. They are on track. Carr in lane 1 is your heat leader in this one. Has the edge of .022 on Juliana. A little bit over a tenth on Cooper. These three all returning champions here. As getting awfully close to that lane line was lane number 2 of Cooper Plum. I think the lane line judges are going to take a look at Heat 767 Phase 2.
Okay, the results are in. Bailey Carr out in front. Off by about a third of a second. Juliana Van Harlingen at .033 and .159 for Cooper Plum.
Heat 772, 2 cars, 2 lanes, 2 phases. Lane 1, it'll be car 128 of Nathaniel Merrican. Merrican in lane 1 from Federalsburg, Maryland. Lane 3, it'll be car 139 from Fishers, Indiana, Davis Hinkle. Hinkle in lane 3. They did take a look at that last heat. No lane violation in that one. All 3 champs clean. 772, phase 1 on track. Merrican lane 1, Hinkle in lane 3. A future writer, artist, or farmer is Merrican. Future pharmacist is Hinkle.
The data will be coming very shortly here. And Davis Hinkle takes the early lead in this Heat 772, followed by Nathaniel Merrican at a difference of .043.
Heat 768 Phase 2 is next. Lane 1, car 119 of Vincent Delacroix. Delacroix in lane 1. Lane 2, car 136 of Thomas Kilby. Kilby in lane 2. Lane 3, car 151 of Caleb Tolbert. Tolbert in lane 3. These three on track. 1,000 separated first from second. Vincent to Thomas in Phase 1. 1,000 separated Vincent from Caleb, who was in third. So very close first phase between these three. We'll see how things shake out. Another close one for these three. Good racing between Vinny, Thomas, and Caleb.
Okay, it is Vincent Delacroix out in front at this point, and a very, very close race between the other two champs. We have Tolbert in at, a tenth of a second, .01, and .011 Thomas Kilby. So as they move into Phase 3, it still could be anybody's race.
Heat 773, Phase 1 in the second round. Lane 1, it's car 117 of Logan Smith out of Woodstock, Illinois. Smith in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 129 from Madisonville, Kentucky, Ginny Garrett. Garrett in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 150 from Camano Island, Washington, Benjamin Grabsky. Grabsky in lane 3. They're off and racing. Smith in lane 1, a fan of playing electric guitar or bass, fishing, camping, and gaming with friends. Garrett, a fan of archery, gymnastics, playing with friends, swimming, cheer. Grabsky, a fan of video games, swimming, kayaking, and crabbing. Down in front of the grandstand are Logan, Ginny, and Ben. Get those results here in a moment.
And results for this first phase of Heat 773 are forthcoming. And here they are. It finds Logan Smith out in front, followed by Ginny Garrett at .044 and .05 for Benjamin Grabsky.
So I was kind of playing around at something on Saturday, but I checked that. Heat 774, Phase 1, as we continue on with second round action here in the local Superstock Challenge. Lane 1, car 156 from Greenville, Virginia, Jamison Tanner. Tanner in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 161 of Matthew Blakeman. Blakeman in lane 2. Lane 3, it's car 152 from Owensboro, Kentucky, Braden Locker. Locker in lane 3. Locker, a past world champion, taking on Tanner and Blakeman. They come across the finish line.
It's Locker taking the early lead here in Phase 1 of 774, followed up by Matthew Blakeman at .051 and .078 for Jamison Tanner.
Elimination phase in Heat 766 as we start to wind down those first round heats that were interrupted by the rain delay. Lane 1, car 142 of Billy Loftus. Loftus in lane 1. Lane 2, car 132 of Lewis Dowd. Dowd in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 112 of Scarlett Venezia. Venezia in lane 3. Getting Getting set to go here. The gap between leader Lewis and second place Billy is .061 as they come off the ramps and are underway. You got Loftus there in lane 1, Dowd in lane 2, Venezia in lane 3. Racing their way down. We'll see if Lewis can hang on in advance.
And we have the results for Heat 766. It'll be Louis Dowd heading on to the next round. Look for him to compete in Heat 775. We also saw Bill Loftus putting in a good effort at .121 and .147 for Scarlett Venezia. I got it.
Heat 770, phase 2 up next. Lane 1, it's car 110 of Ava Finley. Finley in lane 1. Lane 2, car 141, Garrett Hartman. Hartman in lane 2. Lane 3, car 130 of Olivia Hartzler. Hartzler in lane number 3. Seven 1/1000ths of a second separated leader Olivia from second place Ava in the first phase. Olivia over there in lane 3, Ava in lane 1.
Olivia Hartzler manages to hold on to her lead after 2 phases. Just right behind is Ava Finley at .01. That's 1/10 of a second, and .073 for Garrett Hartman.
Elimination phase next for Heat 769. Lane 1 is going to be car 122 of Morgan Kimmerling. Kimmerling in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 144, your Heat leader, Alexa Fisher. Fisher in lane 2, and in lane number 3, it's car 104 of Jace Thomas. Thomas in lane number 3. Those 3 champs on track. Cincinnati, Columbus, and Pottsville locals represented in this one. I guess I got to specify, Columbus, Ohio local represented in this one. Good problem to have, I suppose, right? Here they come across the finish line. Fisher was the Heat leader.
And it is Alexa Fisher moving on to the next round in the 144 car. Morgan Kremling, .274 with the differential, and .681 for Chase Thomas.
Heat 771, phase 2 coming up next. Lane 1, it's going to be car 103 of Isabella Holiday. Holiday in lane 1. Lane 2, car 143 of Abby Estock. Estock in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 118 of Ethan Elston. Elston in lane 3. 15 1/1000ths covered the field in the first phase. Ethan Elston, your Heat leader, by .009 over Isabella. .015 was the gap back to Abby. So these champs looking good so far. Isabella Holiday in her first appearance here at the All-American.
And it's Ethan Elston stepping out to take the lead after 2 phases. Right behind is Isabella Holiday with .043 and 0.56, or .056 rather, for Abigail Stock.
Heat 767, phase 3 coming up, lane 1. It's car 159 of Juliana Van Harlingen. Van Harlingen in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 107 of Bailey Carr. Carr in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 153 of Cooper Plum. Plum in lane 3. They are on track. Your heat leader is Bailey Carr in lane 2 with a .033 over Juliana, with a .159 over Cooper.
Come on, Cooper!
All right, that's a close one.
And as they race under the bridge into the finish line, we'll get some results from Lou coming up.
Now, this is an elimination round. This is heat number 767. And it'll be the Bailey Carr team moving ahead and to the next round. At .055 is Juliana Van Harlingen, and Cooper Plum at .228.
An elimination phase here in Heat 772, a two-car, two-lane, two-phase heat. Lane 1 is going to be your heat leader, car 139 of Davis Hinkle. Hinkle in lane 1. And lane 3 is car 128 of Nathaniel Merrican. Merrican in lane 3. The gap is .043 after that first phase. The local champs of Indianapolis and Federalsburg to settle Heat 772. They are in front of the grandstand, under the bridge, and across the finish line.
Davis Hinkle will advance, taking heat 772. Nathaniel Merrican off the lead by .074.
Next elimination phase will be 768, phase 3. Lane 1, it's car 151 from Erie, Pennsylvania, Caleb Tolbert. Tolbert in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 119 from Walworth, New York, Vinny Delacroix. Delacroix in lane 2, he's your heat leader. And in lane number 3, it's car 136 of Thomas Kilby. Kilby in lane 3. Delacroix leads the heat, not by a whole lot though. .010 to Caleb, .011 back to Thomas. Off and racing now. Tolbert, Delacroix, and Kilby. Local champs from Erie, Greater Rochester, and Greater Des Moines represented in this one. That was close after 2. I'll be curious to see how that result impacts the final standings.
Wow, Thomas Kilby stepped up, and he is going to be advancing. We had Vincent Delacroix in at .04 and .054 for Caleb Tolbert.
.773 phase 2 next in our second round of the local Super Stock Challenge. Lane 1, it's car 150 of Benjamin Grabsky. Grabsky in lane 1. Lane 2, car 117 of Logan Smith. Smith in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 129 of Ginny Garrett. Garrett in lane number 3. They are on track now. Smith leads the way after 1. He's now racing in lane number 2. It was Garrett, .044 back. Now in lane 3, it's .050 for Ben Grabsky.
times are in now. It is Logan Smith holding on to his lead, followed by Jenny Garrett at .047 and .07 for Benjamin Grabsky.
Rolling right along, heat 774, phase 2, lane 1, car 152 of Braden Locker. Locker in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 156 of Jamison Tanner. Tanner in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 161 of Matthew Blakeman. Blakeman in lane 3. Often racing, Braden Locker in lane 1, Jamison Tanner in lane 2, Matthew Blakeman in lane 3. Locker, your heat leader after 1. Tanner and Blakeman well within striking distance.
And here we go. It is Braden Locker holding on to that lead, followed by Matthew Blakeman, .082 off of the lead, and .128 for Jamison Tanner.
Heat 770, phase 3 is next. Lane 1, it's car 130 of Olivia Hartzler, your heat leader. Hartzler in lane 1 on track. Lane 2, it's car 110 of Ava Finley. Finley in lane 2. In lane 3, it's car 141 of Garrett Hartman. Hartman in lane number 3. Elimination phase for these 3 champs. Ava Finley needs to close a gap of .010 if she wants to advance to the next round. Hartman had a gap of .073 behind Hartzler.
And it's Olivia Hartzler managing to hold on to that lead in seat 770. Just right behind was Ava Finley at .027 and .073 for Garrett Hartman.
Had a dead phase in there, too, between lanes 1 and 3. So good racing between those 3 champs. Heat 771, phase 3, coming your way next. Lane 1, it's car 118 of Ethan Elston. Elston in lane number 1. Number 2, it's going to be car 103 of Isabella Holiday. Holiday in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's going to be car 143 of Abby Estock. Estock, lane 3. They are off and racing now, about halfway down. Elston with the heat lead after 2 phases. Isabella needs to close .043 as they cross the finish line. See who moves on here in the local Superstock Challenge.
Yeah, Ethan Elston, the winner of Heat 771, and will advance to the next round. A time of .021 for Abby Estock, and off the lead by .051 for Isabella Holiday.
Waiting for cars now. So we've moved along pretty efficiently through this second round after having to rerun 4 first-round heats.
If we can get out of here by 6 or 7.
Another thunderstorm rolling our way. Long after we're out of here. Yeah, there's still a little bit of rain in there.
Says rain ending in 17 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be pellet raining like hell. Clear here. Should be two.
Okay, we've got cars on the ramps. Heat 773, phase 3 in our second round. Lane 1, it's car 129 of Ginny Garrett. Garrett in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 150 of Ben Grabsky. Grabsky in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 117 of Logan Smith. Smith in lane number 3. We are off and racing. Garrett in lane 1, Grabsky in lane 2, Smith in lane number 3. Your heat leader was Logan Smith after 2 phases. Whoa. As lane 1 getting way over towards that rail, Ginny Garrett. But Smith led the way after 2, and we'll stand by for final results in Heat 773. We do have a car that stopped a little short there in run out. But I tell you what, appreciate the hustle. Stops short, starts paddling the car down there towards run out.
And for Heat 773, it will be Logan Smith advancing. Benjamin Grabsky at .125 and Ginny Garrett at .175. Look for Logan Smith to advance to his next heat, which will be 778.
We get ready for heat. Heat 774, phase 3 is next. It's Matthew Blakeman in car 161 in lane 1. Braden Locker in car 152 in lane 2. And Jamison Tanner in car 156 in lane number 3. We are racing between Blakeman, Locker, and Tanner. Locker there in lane 2 is your heat leader by a .082 over Blakeman, .128 over Tanner.
And it will be Braden Locker advancing from Heat 774 to the next round. And the times for second was .095 and .177 for Jamison Tanner.
Rain starting to pick up here at Derby Downs. Waiting for cars at the ramps. So the bad news is the rain has picked up. The good news is we don't have any heats right now that are in progress. So 770, 771, 772, 773, and 774 are all complete. 775 and 776, which are the last two heats of the second round, haven't started yet. So if you're going to have rain, I guess this is the right time to have it while we're waiting for two heats to start and everything else is finished. Just giving you an update on where we're at here. The remaining champs in round 2. For Heat 775, you're going to see Lewis Dowd and Diego Juarez. That'll be a 2-car heat. 776 will be Bailey Carr, Thomas Kilby, and Alexa Fisher. To round out the second round, winners of those two heats face each other in the third round. The third round heats that are already set are Heat 777, Olivia Hartzler and Ethan Elston. And Heat 778, Braden Locker, Davis Hinkle, and Logan Smith. Down to 10 champs remaining here. We start winding down towards the end of day 2 of competition here at Derby Downs. Looking forward to the All-Star race tomorrow. Get our top rally winners from all the regions. We fill out the field with the at-large bids, the top winners who didn't already get a bid. We see them go at it tomorrow here at Derby Downs. Legacy competition tomorrow. Of course, topside show tomorrow, Friday, the National Super Kids Classic. The Vintage Derby Car Show on Friday, and then the big show on Saturday, the 87th running of the First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby. We crown world champions here on Saturday, and we cannot wait to see that and what's been a big week and really a big summer here for Derby Downs. I think we can talk about what's coming up Labor Day weekend. With the NDR Nationals coming into town Labor Day weekend, we saw, and it was posted on the social media, that there was a great conversation between the leadership here in Akron and the leadership of NDR. So excited for that coming up in the fall. So as a Derby fan, I'm looking forward to the rest of the summer around here. Hey, we're back to racing. Lewis Dowd in lane 1, Diego Juarez in lane 3, heat 775, phase 1 on track. And as they race underneath the bridge, we'll get results in a moment. Champs from St. John's and Ogallala in there. We are going to be back to racing here and trying to move them quickly.
Phase 1 results for heat 775. It shows Diego Juarez out in front, followed closely by Lewis Dowd at point 120.
'76 is next, phase 1. Lane 1, it's going to be car 107 of Bailey Carr in lane 1. Lane 2, car 136, Thomas Kilby in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 144 of Alexa Fisher in lane 3. Just about set to go between these three. Rolling through our second round in the local Superstock Challenge. Last couple of heats to finish up here. On track now with Carr in lane 1, Kilby in lane 2, Fisher in lane 3. Our champs from Cape Girardeau, Greater Des Moines, and Columbus going at it here. Columbus, Ohio. Good close heat so far between three experienced champs. A cello player, Bailey Carr, a photographer, Thomas Kilby. Said his favorite activities, photography and screwing around. Fisher, favorite activities, gymnastics, crafts, and mowing the lawn.
Well, Alexa Fisher is going to be moving on. She took phase 1 of heat 776, close behind Thomas Kilby at point 021 and point 04 for Bailey Carr.
So we're going to get those champs back up there to swap wheels and continue those final two heats of the second round. These last two heats are heats that had champs that got impacted by the rain delay in the first round. So it kind of backed up the whole works here, but everybody moving very efficiently to try to get the champs back ready to roll. In the meantime, we talked yesterday while the rally champs were here about all the great things to do here in Northeast Ohio. Great discounts on Cedar Point. You should have got those with your information already. Discounts for the Akron Zoo, but there's so much to do in this area. So, and I borderline sound like a shill for Akron, I guess, but I don't live here anymore, so I don't have to say it. I live in Cleveland now. But plenty of activities, plenty of good restaurants, good food. Of course, Swenson's, who I know is usually here from time to time during Derby Week. They were here Monday for the opening ceremonies. I did the quintessential Akron thing last night on the way home. Said, I need to stop for dinner. Had to get some Swenson's, right?
Oh, yeah. Hey, you know, the thing is, we'll let you shell for Akron all you want.
I don't think they'll mind, right?
No.
Mayor won't mind.
They're one of our sponsors, actually,
That's
the city
right.
of Akron.
So
First
lots of
Energy and University of Akron.
We appreciate the community showing up for this event each and every year. So we talked about some of the good food spots.
Oh, yeah.
You know, everybody gets used to the stuff on Main Street, but all throughout town. You know, it was so cool on Monday. Just as an aside, I was walking down Main Street, and I went to basically the furthest point possible. I walked from Lock 3 to Diamond Deli.
Oh, yeah.
And but it was really cool to see as you walk down, seeing Derby champs and Derby families all the way down there. People sitting in the Barley House and sitting in some of the other establishments.
Yep.
You know, it was really cool to see Derby Nation take over downtown Akron on Monday.
Yeah, the Diamond Deli's worth the walk.
That's a good corned beef sandwich.
What's that other one up in Cleveland that's really good? Steve's or something like that? What's that other famous deli up in Cleveland that makes...
Slyman's.
Slyman's.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Slyman's. So they did
Yum.
get rid of the one on the east side. It's they knocked the building down and put up, what was it, a Restoration Hardware, one of the furniture deals. But there are, the OG Slyman's is still there.
Mm-hmm.
Corned beef sandwiches as big as your head if you go to that place. We take our corned beef serious here in Northeast Ohio.
Oh, yeah. You know, the thing is, I don't mind spending a little extra money if I get a big, fat corned beef sandwich.
That's right. They closed the corned beef sandwich place by my house. I cried. I'm not ashamed to say it. Oh, really?
Cleveland industrial area, and I had to go through a place where there was like rib joints all over the place. I remember, especially on payday, I did this foam box, and it's like a half. So good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Authentic Italian market.
Cars on the ramps now. We're going to settle heat 775. Lane 1, it's going to be car 137 of your heat leader, Diego Juarez. Juarez in lane 1 from Ogallala, Nebraska. Lane 3, rather, is going to be car 132 of Lewis Dowd from Petoskey, Michigan. Diego told us wants to be a dental technician. We told you earlier, Diego, the first champ that I can remember to put pickleball on his bio card as an interest. Pickleball becoming a sport for everybody. On track between Juarez and Dowd. Juarez a little over a tenth to the good after one phase. So Dowd with some work to do there in lane number 3. To advance on to the third round. Here they come down to the finish. And we'll stand by for results from Lou.
And it was Diego Juarez managing to hold on to his lead, taking heat 775. Look for Diego to compete in heat 779. Lewis Dowd off by .236.
Heat 777 is next. This is phase 1. Lane 1 is Olivia Hartzler from Worcester, Ohio in car 130. Hartzler in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Centennial, Colorado, it's Ethan Elston in car 118. Elston in lane number 3. This is heat 777. Our first heat of the third round. One of these two champs will be headed to the championship heat. The question now, who's it going to be? Is it going to be Hartzler or is it going to be Elston? Often racing between Hartzler and Elston. Hartzler told us wants to be a professional dancer or teacher. Elston, meanwhile, wants to build a successful business that makes a meaningful impact while generating the resources to pursue professional racing. And I think that's the way you have to do it these days at the high-level racing. You see a lot of those guys that are running NASCAR and whatnot have a successful business on the other side.
Wow. And phase 1 of 777 goes to Olivia Hartzler. Closely behind Ethan S. Elston by 2 1/1000ths of a second. So when we make it to phase 2, it's going to be anybody's game.
Heat 776, phase 2 is next. This is a round 2 matchup. Lane 1, car 144 of Alexa Fisher. Fisher in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 107 of Bailey Carr. And in lane 3, it's car 136 of Thomas Kilby. Kilby lane 3, these champs on track. Looking good so far. Fisher's your heat leader after one phase. Took phase 1 by .021 over Thomas, .040 over Bailey. Champ from Region 6 facing off against 2 champs from Region 4.
Results are in for 776 phase 2, and Alexa Fisher is out in front. Off the winning mark by .033, it is Thomas Kilby, followed up by Bailey Carr at .061. .061. We got another phase to go. We'll see what happens.
Heat 778 set to start next. This is a round 3 heat. Lane 1 is going to be car 152 from Owensboro, Kentucky, Braden Locker. Locker in lane 1. In lane 2, car 139 from Fishers, Indiana, Davis Hinkle. Hinkle in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 117 from Woodstock, Illinois, Logan Smith. Smith in lane number 3. About halfway down now are Locker, Hinkle, and Smith. Champs out of Owensboro, Indianapolis, and Chicago in this one.
Okay, results will be coming up in just a moment here for Heat 778, phase number 1. And in phase 1 of Heat 778, it is Logan Smith taking up the lead, followed closely by Braden Locker at .012 and .015 for Davis Hinkle.
Standing by now for cars. We were talking a minute ago about things to do here in the Akron area. We mentioned one of the new ones yesterday while the Rally Champs were here, the new Akron History Museum, which you may have walked past depending on where you parked and what you were doing on Monday in downtown Akron. It's right there on Main Street, and all kinds of neat historical artifacts. They do have a derby car in there, as well they should. We are a big part of this city's history, of course, but they've got all kinds of neat things in there. It's on my list to go see. I've been seeing like the news reports and videos and YouTube stuff, but
Yeah, it's right next to the Civic Theater, and you'll find it in the White Law building. several levels in there. It's not some small museum.
Conveniently located right next to where we're going to be on Saturday night. So I don't know how late they stay open on Saturdays, but could be a possibility. And it is cool, speaking of Saturday night, that we get to be at one of the real treasures of this community. The Akron Civic Theater is, if you've never been for some of the new champs, it's one of those old school theaters, right? It started as a movie theater, and then, but back when movie theaters were, I don't know, do the kids still say bougie? I don't know. But fancy and real nice, and it was that back in the day, when it was like an experience to go to the movie theater. They were super fancy. They've got that atmospheric, is that what it's called? The atmospheric, it looks like the night sky.
Yeah, it looks like stars and the clouds roll across the night sky. The whole thing was refurbished about 5 years ago, I think. And it's one of the few theaters in the entire nation that has that attribute of the clouds going across the sky.
And they've got that big grand staircase, too. So every year after closing ceremonies, I always see champs with, whether it's a region photo or a family photo with the trophies and all that, really some neat photo ops inside that building. So it should be good on Saturday night. Closing ceremonies, as always, taking place at the Akron Civic Theater. And I think, I could be wrong, they didn't change it. Free parking in downtown Akron on the weekends, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't think they ever changed that. We see a little bit more activity behind the starting line now. Shouldn't be too much longer before we get into our next phases here. And we've got cars on the ramps. This will be Heat 777, Phase 2. About to punch our first ticket to the championship heat in what was a very close first phase between these two. Ethan Elston in car 118 in lane 1. Olivia Hartzler in car 130 in lane number 3. These two champs separated by 2 1,000ths of a second in Phase 1. They are off and racing. Elston in lane 1, Hartzler in lane 3. 2 cars, 2 lanes, 2 phases in this one. So this is it to decide who's going to the championship heat between Ethan Elston and Olivia Hartzler. Here Here they come now across the grandstand area and underneath the bridge. Close again. And again, the finish line directly underneath my feet. So I'm not even going to try to tell you who was in front in that one. We'll let Lou deliver the news because he'll actually have the accurate information.
And it is Ethan Elston taking heat 777, and he'll be continuing on. Close margin, though. Olivia Hartzler back by 5/1000ths of a second.
So Ethan Elston into the championship heat. He comes, if I counted right, the 10th champ from Region 4 to make it to the championship heat in a challenge race this week. And
This is the second Elston kid in the finals today. I am very happy.
a good day to be in Elston, a good day to be a Region 4 person. Good week to be from Region 4. 776 Phase 3 coming up next. Lane 1, it's car 136 of Thomas Kilby. Kilby, lane 1. Lane 2, car 144 of Alexa Fisher. Fisher in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 107 of Bailey Carr. Carr in lane number 3. This is a second round heat, but this is the elimination phase of that heat. Yeah, this is part of that block towards the bottom of the heat sheet that was impacted by the rain delay. So after this, we're caught all back up. We'll be ready to go. Off and racing, 776, phase 3. Kilby lane 1, Fisher lane 2, Carr lane 3. Fisher was leading this heat by .033 over Thomas Kilby, .061 over Bailey Carr. That heat now in the books, so Lou will have the results, and then we're all caught up after the rain delay.
Okay, this elimination round is about to be solved. Heat 776. And it be Alexa Fisher moving on. Alexa Fisher will be moving on. And the times for Thomas Kilby were .039 and Bailey Carr .086.
Heat 778 is next. Lane 1, it's car 117 of Logan Smith. Smith in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 152 of Braden Locker. Locker in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 139 of Davis Hinkle. Hinkle in lane number 3. Three champs loaded in. This is a third round heat. And they are racing. 778 phase 2, Smith, your heat leader in lane 1, but this was a close first phase. The gap was 12/1000ths to Braden Locker, 15/1000ths to Davis Hinkle. This heat very much in play still after one. Between the champs from Chicago, Owensboro, and Indianapolis. We'll see how that changes things.
Try not to do that.
Checking in on Heat 778 after phase 2, the leader is Braden Locker. Locker, the Heat leader after 2 phases, but only by 2 1,000ths, .002 over Logan Smith and .031 over Davis Hinkle. Braden Locker, your Heat leader in 778 by 2 1,000ths. Heat 778, phase 3 coming up. In lane 1, we have car 139 of Davis Hinkle. Hinkle in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 117 of Logan Smith. Smith in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 152 of Braden Locker. Locker in lane number 3. Like we're ready for this one. We see the car handlers moving away. We are racing to punch the second ticket in the championship heat. Hinkle in lane 1, Smith in lane 2, Locker in lane 3. Braden Locker, your heat leader, but only by 2 1,000ths over Logan Smith. So your leader Locker in lane 3, Smith in lane 2. Hinkle still in this in lane 1 as well, but here they come down for a finish. And final results in moving on to the championship heat, it will be Braden Locker. Locker, the winner of Heat 778, and moving on to the championship heat here in our local Superstock Challenge. Margin over Logan Smith, 0.041, and then it's 0.077, the margin to Davis Hinkle. Braden Locker, your heat winner, and moving on to the championship heat. 2 tickets punched already. Ethan Elston is in. Braden Locker is in. And the last spot will be decided between Alexa Fisher and Diego Juarez. So barring any dead heats, 2 heats left here today. We've got 1 more heat in the 3rd round, as we mentioned, between Fisher and Juarez. And then it'll be championship heat time. The winner of that Fisher-Juarez heat will take on Ethan Elston and Braden Locker for the championship of our local Superstock Challenge. Got to give a lot of tips of the cap as we start to wind things down here for today. First of all, to all the volunteers that worked so hard today, endured the rain delay, got out the squeegees, pushed the rail back. I don't think I saw anybody have to get a shovel out, so that was good news. We saw the leaf blowers out, but no shovels. But thank you to all the volunteers for all their hard work today. Up at topside, at the start line, here on the bridge, down and run out, all across the property. Thank you so much for your help. Our great staff here at the International Soapbox Derby, led by Dennis Van Fossen Jr. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Our champs and our families for keeping this thing rolling. I know it's been a tough one today with all the weather, but rolling right along here. We appreciate everybody keeping the show moving, and our champs putting on a great show here today. Okay. Champs on the ramps for heat 779. The last heat of the third round. .779 phase one all set. Lane one, it's going to be Alexa Fisher in car 144 out of Worthington, Ohio. Fisher in lane one. Lane three, car 137 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Diego Juarez. Juarez in lane three. They are off and racing, getting down towards that halfway mark. 2 cars, 2 lanes, 2 phases to settle that last spot in the championship heat between Fisher and Juarez.
And those results coming in momentarily for heat 779. And it is Diego Juarez advancing to the next phase. Still, Alexa Fisher only behind by a third of a second. So probably when you get into phase two, it still will be anybody's game.
So 1 phase left in our third round, and then our championship heat will be complete. Okay, we've got champs on the ramps. Time to punch that final ticket in the championship heat. Heat 779, phase 2, ready to go. Lane 1, it is car 137 of Diego Juarez. Juarez in lane 1. And in lane 3, it is car 144 of Alexa Fisher. Fisher in lane number 3. Just about set to go here. And we are racing. It's Juarez in lane 1, your heat leader by .030 after that first phase of this one. So we'll see. It'll be another champ from Region 4 or a champ from Region 6 going on to the championship heat. Racing down towards the finish line. Close one between these two. We'll get those official results from Lou here in just a moment.
And it will be Diego Juarez. Moving on to the championship heat. Alexa Fisher behind by .024.
So Region 4 does it again. And if my math's right, that is 11 for 18. Region 4 champs making it to championship heats. 11 of the 18 spots in Challenge Championship heats this year occupied by champs from Region 4, if I counted right, which I'm a communications professor, not a math professor. But an outstanding week thus far for Region 4. They've got 2 in this championship heat, and so they'll duke it out coming up here in just a little bit. Championship heat, last heat of the day, barring a dead heat, will be coming up once we get these champs ready. Participants in this one will be Ethan Elston, Braden Locker, and Diego Juarez. As we look up the top side, we see our competitors in the championship heat for the local Super Stock Challenge coming over the hill right now. So we are just a few minutes away from the start of our championship heat. Close out day 2 of racing here at Derby Downs here at All-American Week. Then we turn our attention to tomorrow. All-Star and Legacy here tomorrow. You won't want to miss that. And for everybody still watching along at home, we're glad you're with us. We will be streaming on YouTube tomorrow, as we have been all week long. First heats tomorrow in the All-Star race right around 9:30 a.m. here at Derby Downs. Legacy race set to go somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 o'clock. And tomorrow from 10 to 2, we've mentioned the Akron History Center in downtown Akron. From 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., the Derby participants can go to the History Center for free. So we encourage you to check that out as well. And big shout out to the staff, Dakota Thomas, for all of her hard work putting together some of these new events for the champs this year. Had the movie night the other night, the pool party. Okay, set to go for our championship heat in the local Super Stock Challenge. This is Heat 780, Phase 1, Lane 1. It's car 118 from Centennial, Colorado, Ethan Elston. Elston in Lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 152 from Owensboro, Kentucky, Braden Locker. Locker in Lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 137 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Diego Juarez. Juarez in lane number 3. They are off and racing for the championship in the local Super Stock Challenge. The two champs from Region 4 in the outside lanes, Elston in lane 1, Juarez in lane 3. Locker trying to spoil the party in lane number 2. Here they come down past halfway. They cross the tunnel. They race down towards the finish line. We stand by. I'll get you some results once they are official. Close first phase, but give it to Braden Locker. Locker takes the phase with a .006 over Ethan Elston and a .021 over Diego Juarez. So it will be Locker taking a lead into phase 2 of our championship heat in the local Super Stock Challenge. So we'll send him back up swap wheels and get ready for phase 2 coming up in just a few minutes. Okay, we have cars on the ramps for phase 2 of our championship heat in the local Super Stock Challenge. Lane 1, it'll be car 137 of Diego Juarez. Juarez in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 118 of Ethan Elston. Elston in lane 2, and in lane number 3, it's your heat leader after one phase, car 152 of Braden Locker. Locker in lane number 3. Champs getting into position now. And we are racing in phase 2. Juarez in lane 1, Elston in lane 2. It is Locker in lane 3. Good first phase. Locker, your leader, now racing in lane 3. Elston, who's now in lane 2, just 6 1,000ths off the lead. Juarez, 21 1,000ths off the lead. So anybody's race, anybody's championship, it's still up for grabs here as they race down to the finish. Phase 2 is in the books. We'll update results, tell you how things are after 2 phases here in just a moment. And after 2 phases, still leading the way, it's Braden Locker. Locker, your leader through 2 phases. It's a .023 over Diego Juarez and a .051 over Ethan Elston. So Locker extends his lead in that second phase. We have 1 phase to go for the championship in local Superstock. We'll have that coming up. Starting to see some activity behind the starting line. There's a very large trophy and a yellow hoodie and a handshake from Dennis Van Fossen Jr. waiting for one of the three champs about to load into the starting gate. Loading into the Rams. For the final phase of our championship heat. Barring a dead heat, last phase of the day. Lane 1, it'll be car 152 of Braden Locker. Locker, your heat leader, will be in lane 1. Lane 2, it'll be car 137, Diego Juarez. Juarez in lane 2. Second place in this heat with a .023. Lane 3, it's car 118 of Ethan Elston. Elston in lane 3 with a gap of .051 to close here in this final phase. We are racing for the championship in the local Super Stock Challenge. Locker lane 1, Juarez lane 2, Elston lane 3. Locker .023 to the good. Our champ from Region 12 against two champs from Region 4. Will he hold on? Who's going to win the championship? There's the finish line. And here are your results in reverse order. Third place goes to Ethan Elston. Elston representing Monument, third place. Second place goes to Diego Juarez. Juarez representing Ogallala, second place. And your 2025 local Superstock Challenge champion representing Owensboro, Kentucky, Braden Locker. Locker is the champion in the local Superstock Challenge. It's a win for Region 12, it's a win for Owensboro, and it's a win for Braden Locker. Final margin over Diego, a .012, and then it's a .068 back to Ethan Elston. Congratulations to Braden Locker. He gets the win in the local Superstock Challenge. And that is it for us for today. Real quick, final thoughts, Lou?
Aside from the rain today, we've had some really great racing, and the champs all met the challenge, and we're looking forward to what tomorrow may bring.
Indeed, All-Star and Legacy. Final thoughts, Allison?
Today was a great day. I'm incredibly happy with the results. I can't wait for tomorrow and Saturday. Let's get this done.
Absolutely. And as for me, my final thought, Mother Nature, leave us alone. Let's get through the rest of this race week without a rain delay. But thank you to everybody for keeping the show moving here today. We'll be back tomorrow, All-Star Race and Legacy here at Derby Downs. We'll be streaming live on the Soapbox Derby YouTube page. First heats will begin at 9:30 a.m. For Lou Snodgrass and Allison Pankoff, I'm Jason Sokol. Good night from Derby Downs.